Slowly settling in for MetaBrainz Summit Day 3. I think we all gained certain amounts of weight in too many vegetables, chocolate, and yes, I called you fat, Mike. You don't that book. I think overall we've sort of rested up enough to actually tackle these particular topics. I hope people out there are doing well as well. Any questions before we start? Any comments?
You're fat.
Is that a question or a comment?
Right then, so we'll just jump right in. We have 2 topics left. 3? I don't know. I guess did we cover sickpa, snugpin, napkin, penguin? I was
Yeah, finally got it.
Yeah, it's like we're done with that. Okay, and then after that we'll do breakouts. We have translation service and MetaBrainz UI. I think we should start with weblet and translate stuff. I have a feeling it's going to be a shorter topic than MetaBrainz UX UI. Over to Ivan.
Yeah.
Michelle.
No, I'm just saying if anybody on the phone call wants to.
Oh, what's the
That's one.
Perfect.
In places at the same time.
This topic has been added by Bob Swift. Do you have any question?
Did you hear that, Bob?
I'm just going to say this is more issue.
Well, is it better than trend effects?
Oops, this one.
So I think we contacted the weblet team January, and since Philip worked as well with the setting it up. And the main reason we wanted to move to weblet was to have single sign-on, and that's currently blocking things. But there are some other advantages, like crediting a translator, which is currently quite a pain to do it manually. Okay, so we made an adapter to implement the single sign-on in weblet, but the issue is that the private email address that we are using in MetaBrainz is provided to weblet, and it's using it as a public address. So sorry, it's an issue. There are several ways to fix that, but none of them are implemented currently in weblet, and we've been exploring this solution with the developers. And the other issue is the term of service. There has been a community post about it, and there are 2 points that we wanted to address, which are some useful commands like the purpose of processing personal data as determined by the provider is the use of personal data for sending commercial communication, which is not useful for us because as mentioned, we are not sending communication, commercial communication, because the weblet is used by enterprise as well. So they're very generic terms, and they are open to update it for us. And for instance, I mean, it's quite open. We just have to make update suggestions, and it has been working well. And there are a few other things like additional guarantees might apply to commercial customers. Sorry, expressed in the customer contracts. There are a few things which are not necessary and which opens to many use we don't do. And if you want to stick with your privacy policy, we have to make the terms more clear about this point. But it's not the most blocking thing is how to implement the single sign-on correctly, and then we'll update the terms because it depends on how it's implemented. People will be sharing the email address with weblet anyway, but just we don't want it to become public by default. Yeah, we explored a few features with the weblet team. So we had 2 calls in the course of 9 months. We had 2 calls. One I had directly with Benjamin, who is more the community manager, and the second call with Philippe and Benjamin, and it was in June, I think. There is a feature with translation reviews. We can just ignore it for now. It used to be in Transifex, but it's not being used heavily. It requires more translator in a single language project to be useful. And currently there are maybe 1, 2, 3 sometimes people translating the same language, so there is no point to ask for review. There is nothing that's review stuff, but we can enable it on a language basis, so it will be up to translator to organize. For example, we use it in Music One server translation project, but it's not used in Picard. There is a new feature we don't have in Transifex, is reuse for the source string. So as a developer, when you're submitting a new file of messages to be translated, you don't necessarily have a way to get feedback from the translator, other than by the IRC channel. But in Weblet, there is a direct way to do that. And you can leave comments and say, this is ambiguous on point there, or I can translate it for such reason. And it's up to the developer to get it and take improvements. But it's at least shared with other translator of other languages. So if there is something wrong, it prevents other translator to lose time or trying to translate something. It's kind of there is better GitHub integration than we have so far. It's not the fault of Transifex. I think it's just that we didn't catch up with the new evolution of Transifex to improve the GitHub transition integration, and it's already experimented by Philippe on his own project. And what we wanted to do is a tutorial for translator to explain how to use thing and then the basic features to do it. So we don't have it enabled for now, but I think that once it will be available, we would like to have online events with maybe 2 days or something like that of influencing people to the translation tools. And
I'd like to, that's the kind of thing that I'd be interested in
Yeah.
getting involved in, you know.
there is another thing, there is less communication tools between translator in wavelets than in transitext. So we'll have to use discourse for to allow translator to discuss. So probably we will want to have find topics or categories, I don't know, with multi-language posts to help with that. It's mostly to help translator from different languages to communicate together, because you can leave comments about the translation, and so the other translator of the same language can exchange with other translator of the same language, but not with other translator of different languages. We have a few guidelines and documentation about translating the MetaBrainz server on the wiki for a long time. I think we can just generalize it to other projects as well for the community part. Well, any question?
Love to, yeah, if I can get pulled into this stuff like that, like I'd be interested in making videos and certain other things as well. And again, we've got to see with time, like, but for certain things like that, I don't use it, so I don't know. But depending on what it is, then it might be appropriate.
There is no very good online documentation for translation, and that's the thing we have. Just a page with a few screenshots. So it's useful, but we want to have something more concrete. We want to translate this from this page of the website, how to get it in the translator.
I've never done it, but it sounds quite fun. The thing is, the languages I know covered, but you know, anyway, I feel like if people know how to do it, they'll be.
So I don't know what is the status of the terms read by Philip, and I regularly send message to the weblet team to get news because otherwise they don't communicate much, and I have more information by looking at their GitHub repositories and looking at the ticket in the issue tracker. And maybe at some point we need to update the single sign-on plugin we made for updates. So an interesting thing, maybe for people working on codes, is that you have one verified email in Weblet, and you can have more email address and select which code you want to set for email addresses.
I didn't understand.
I
didn't understand.
You can have more than one email address in your Weblet profile. Yeah, and there is one that is no, those are all verified, but first one will be verified at least, and after you can add more, and you can make it verified, and you can set a role for each email address. So, for example, if you want to get private messages, want to get credited in the commit message, one for I don't know, getting the comments on the translation. So I don't know if that's something that could be useful to MetaBrainz hosts, because I know there were some people using different addresses for different projects. That's it for my update. If there is no question.
I have a question. How hard or how easy is it to add another project like MetaBrainz and MetaBrainz to Weblate, to our instance of Weblate?
So I can maybe add more details. There is a translation memory in Transifex. We won't use it. It actually contains the history of the translation and comments and a lot of things, but it's pretty outdated. There is no really activity with comments. Not really good. But if translator feels it should be used, because we don't have a lot of insight about the quality of the exchange that have been made in Transifex. Then we can get the translation memory for small files from Transifex.
Okay.
And in Weblate, there is a difference with Transifex, where we can have terminology glossary. So a set of terms and how to be translated. For example, in there is terminology page in Picard documentation. You can have that and agree on which term we use for each concept. And this is handled much better in Weblate. Like you can define glossaries in your Git repository if you want.
I don't think that answers my question.
So
if I want tomorrow to add MetaBrainz, there's going to
Yeah.
be some common glossary terms that are already
So
translated.
you So you can use some glossary terms, some terms from glossaries that exist. So if we have a glossary for MusicBrainz terms, you can use it because you want to link to some MusicBrainz OTCs for ListenBrainz. So we can share the glossaries very easily between projects.
And
So
and for all the rest, if I want to translate the rest of MusicBrainz, can we add another project? Do we need to create another
we don't have
instance?
any limit on the number of projects.
And it's easy to do, and
It's easy to do, and
that would be a good hack today.
You know, I mean, the most significant change that you have to work on is actually pretty much Elizabeth's code base, right? Because every string that we have is going to have to be wrapped into.
But that's
so
that would be a useful thing to do.
if we
I wonder if there's any tools to automate that process. We can't be the first people to need to go through this process. Anyways, for another day.
So from my perspective, my big question is, I should be updating strings in MetaBrainz because they're very, very out of date. Should I upload them to Transifex, or should we make a new project in Weblate? And
you can still update it to Transifex. There are still people doing translation of it.
no, absolutely, but should we do a forum post and say, hey, we're moving MetaBrainz to Weblate, sign up now?
Well, I mean, given that we're basically sort of end of writing the UI of MetaBrainz, does that make sense? Should we rather actually be spending?
Actually, that's a really good point.
Our decision yesterday was we were going to halt improvements on the front end for now.
So, I mean, if you feel inspired to go do translation stuff, you know, let's focus on doing it for ListenBrainz because, you know, we don't have that at all there.
There is a lot of international stuff that we postponed in MusicBrainz server because we know the priority is to have a new translation platform. And for example, there are some things that are difficult to translate actually. because either it's lacking context or it's ambiguous, or so there are many issues. We identified it with the help of a community member. I don't recall his name, but it was last year. So
What do we do about those? About those hard to translate.
So currently they are just badly translated. Like if you take the French version, so there are many times it just doesn't make sense. Grammatically, I mean, you can make sense of it, but it's not proper French at all.
Does that need a
It's a-
general review? Is it something? we go
There is
in forums
a
for?
lot of factoring to be made in MetaBrainz. It's not an easy thing to address. But I think it's worth waiting for a better tool and better installed community communication links to be able to fix it with the help of translators. Sure. So in Transpex, we have a lot of language projects open, but actually most of them are inactive because there are a lot of users of Transpex that are requesting projects for project language for every project that are listed publicly. And I think when we have our dedicated weblet instance, we won't have this issue. Any people that come to the translation platform, it's something very interested and that knows the project. It's not a content translator that's say I will translate open source code and I don't know how it's working for MetaBrainz or in the French projects, there are tens and tens of translators, and I would say most of them are never used MetaBrainz.
How is it going to be different in website?
It's a dedicated server. It's not a weblet account you have. It's not a weblet.org account you have. It's a MetaBrainz. A translation
So it's coming from MetaBrainz.
So you have to create an account on our server.
So just to clarify, I didn't quite understand that. You're saying that there are people in the Transpex community that have nothing to do with MetaBrainz that will go and look for projects to translate to French and just find MetaBrainz.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they are not really contributing.
Okay.
They just ask for opening a translation project with such and such a language, or they're just joining the team, but
Not actually.
not actually doing
Okay.
anything. So with better insight of what the size of the translation community inside the MetaBrainz community, and we have weblet instance. All good?
Thank you, Ed. All right. MetaBrainz UI UX. Who put that up and who would like to lead that? Is that you, Simon?
Well, I mean, I can maybe ask some questions. These are the annoying questions. I mean,
Who's the person that put this on the request feature? Is that you? Okay. So what's the goal?
Like basically, I think we would end up discussing the roadmap, sort of like for MetaBrainz.
Okay.
And I have a few questions on how we want to grow the user base.
Okay, so that's actually not specific to UI UX.
Yeah, it's not specific to tech.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter when we did that yesterday, but it's the last task we thought, so might as well jump in and discuss this. So, questions? Shoot.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about it. It's just that I want to discuss how we are picturing things for Listen Brains. Because firstly, we are making a claim that the main goal of Listen Brains is to drive some of the users to Music Brains. Is that a claim that we are making?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a claim that we need to make publicly,
Okay,
but it's something that, in a way, it's gonna happen by itself, right?
okay,
I've been talking about it for the past few years that, in general, MetaBrainz needs more what I call calls to action, right?
yeah.
So one of the things that ListenBrainz does really well is identify holes in the MusicBrainz database, right? And there's always going to be holes just because of the nature of our projects and so forth. And so wherever there's something missing, a piece of cover art, a release, those sorts of things, there should be, a button that says, go add this to MusicBrainz, right? Now, there's going to be people that look at this and go like, oh, yeah, maybe I should go do this, click on it, and then go like, oh, no, close down, and they're running away, right? These people will self-select themselves, right? And then some people are just like, oh, wait, I can add this myself? Oh, yeah, right? We don't really have to worry about that, right? And the reason why we know that this works is because, as I mentioned yesterday, Last FM, when it went down back in the day, and that happened a lot, and they were struggling quite a lot with the growth that they had. Their down page basically said, go tag your music with MusicBrainz, right? And for like 3 years, their traffic just did this, right? People coming and tagging and adding. So we don't really have to worry about that so much. I think what's important for us is to continue to have calls to action. Whenever we identify, there's a hole, right? Let's go shovel people over to MusicBrainz. So I think we've already started kind of doing that. We continue harping on that we make that happen. As far as I'm concerned, one of the ways that we're not doing well yet is, and it's also kind of hard to tell because if you have a page of ListenBrainz, and there is no cover art, right? The untrained eye will not be able to see that because there's a missing cover art, did this track get mapped, or is there missing cover art, right? We know, there's a link to it, the track has been mapped, but the cover art is missing, right? It's not clear from a UX perspective what the situation there is, and there isn't a call to action, right? But ultimately, if there's a piece of cover art that's missing, there should be a please upload this piece of cover art.
There is sort of a call to action, but it's
not
very subtle.
it's not
If you
a,
click on cover, it takes you
see, that's not a call to action.
No.
It's a link. But the way, I mean, we can easily make it a call to action by just having a plus and the add up.
Yeah.
Even just a plus, suddenly like,
If you hover over it.
you don't need to hover over it, it's just empty and it's got a plus and people like, it's empty, I
So
want to fill it in.
do we need two separate pieces of placeholder cover art? One that's we haven't mapped it, and the other one is we've mapped it, but it's not covered, but it's we're cover art missing that actually has the plus on it, right? Or whatever the design is, and the user clicks on it and off they go down the rabbit hole.
It makes it a lot easier to distinguish the two. Maybe because the first one is not actionable by a user.
Yeah.
We can lower the transparency on one and have a plus on
So
the
sorry,
other.
we're talking about the unmatched ones. The difference between ones that are matched to the, it's got the MBID and
Right.
ones that don't.
Right.
So the ones that don't, like my question is, why do we even have a space for cover up? Because we're implying that something's missing there, but you can't do anything. So that needs to, we don't even think of that as a box for cover up. It's not missing cover up, it's missing the whole thing. So like that's already unclear, but we can replace that with add release,
Yeah.
and that can look quite different. That can be a different color, and then you look at your feed and you're like, okay, because adding cover up's a great one because it's such a low barrier to entry. And we'll get some crap cover up, but like people click, like they might not add it, but we should make that really clear. And then for the others, we don't display a cover up thing like this.
that'd be interesting. Secondly, I wanted to discuss what is the search going to be like, because I like searching for users, but I also want to search for listens, which I haven't listened to.
Not gonna happen anytime soon.
Hard problem to solve.
It's a very big problem to solve, and we have, that's,
How many listens are there in total?
Also for reviews, if we're gonna have listen games reviews, how am I gonna see a review? Like, I just see the ones that I've reviewed or my friends have reviewed.
didn't we yesterday kind of agree that there will be a reviews homepage on MetaBrainz, and we'd add search and display.
Separate search.
There will be a way to search for tracks,
Okay,
but not to search your history for tracks.
okay,
Do you see the difference?
okay, yeah.
There are currently 594 million listens. So, I mean, searching for that is going to be too complicated.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily too complicated. We're talking about a lot of resources, both from human time, machine time.
That's complications.
And fundamentally, it does not meet my criteria for 2023 features because that does not bring in users, right? And you kind of hinted at that, like, what is this bringing in users? What is that going to look like, right? So I think that would be a good opportunity to jump in and do that. I'll reiterate kind of where we're at on this. So Rasami, friend of mine, board member, her husband is a brand designer, and he did the branding brief for MetaBrainz that Monkey then turned into our logo. So everything is clustered with logos. Originally started with him. So two fantastic people that are definitely looking out for us. And Rasami said to me, he's like, hey, I want to keep in the game. I want to keep doing some things while I'm taking a bit of a break, but I don't completely get out of things. So she's basically she's going to help us, and she's got a lot of contacts and so forth. He's got a good eye for branding and identity and these sorts of things. She's just got a good eye in general for how people work and how the music industry works and so forth. So one of the things that we talked about, and this is primarily our focus, was that the world is changing, right? So Facebook was a text sort of thing, then they just kind of got put in, and then Instagram came about, and now we're seeing the shift to TikTok. And the Zuck would like to have this thing that we're going to be the metaverse after that, which I don't fucking believe in, right? So who knows what that's going to be?
We're perfectly pitched to be a part of MetaBrainz.
Yeah. Still, but we're not in a big. I mean, yesterday we had some ideas about how to make things into videos and so forth, but one of the adages that keeps throwing around is like, well, first we got to crawl, then we can walk, then we can run, and then we can attempt to fly, right? We're like, as far as these sort of features for sharing with users, we're definitely in a crawling sort of stage, right? This situation becomes increasingly more difficult when we think about sharing things. One, how many of us really believe in social media and hang out there all the time?
Well,
I'd say it's on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter. I mean, I have a Facebook account that I check like maybe once a week and so forth. But I wouldn't say that any of us are diehard social media.
Do we need to be looking at the younger people, right?
Young
You know
ones.
what I mean? Like, unfortunately, my behaviors are quite specific. Like,
It's not just young people.
yeah.
It's a category of people, like,
So it's without necessarily getting into demographics, I want to address a couple of other points first. For instance, if you want to share something to Facebook, we have a privacy mismatch, right? And if you've ever gone through the Mozilla Observatory and looked at what the MetaBrainz and ListenBrainz pages rank as far as like what sorts of fuckery is going on, there is none, right? Like we usually come out really quite well on these sorts of things, and which is great, right? And our community is super community privacy focused, and very sensitive to not having the Zuck's clause in our shit. And if you want to share something to Facebook, the very first thing you must include is facebook.js, and that's where the fuckery starts. That's where the thieving starts, right? Instagram, no better, right? It's a different form, the same flavor, right? So if we want to share something on the social networks, which is frankly something that we must or ought to do, we have a bit of a problem because we can't just like, oh, press this button, then, Instagram opens up and click, and go. Not gonna work for us, right?
It's a problem we already have with YouTube on MetaBrainz.
Yeah, right, it's,
So it's already sort of a breach of that, maybe not a breach, but
definitely.
there's an expectation that we're 100% privacy respecting. I don't know if that's the case with YouTube.
No, we have things that we need to improve in that case, but we're going in a situation where we think we should be going and where our community thanks us for going, but that makes it even more and more difficult to do this kind of interaction.
Right. So fundamentally, there's a lot of open questions, and I'm looking to foresee us building sharing tools where there's a page where I'm jumping ahead a little bit without necessarily explaining it, but we're talking about cover art, being able to composite interesting pieces of cover art. We know that is a fairly compelling thing that people like, so that's going to be the very first thing that we start with. But sharing that can be difficult. So I think the best thing that we can do in this particular context is make a very nice intuitive page where you can do compositing, with whatever tools ever, and then we come to the point where like, that looks dope. I like that. I want to share that. Right. At that point, I think there needs to be, make a screenshot button and then download as JPEG, download as PNG, download as blah, 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 blah. Or, copy image to clipboard. And then there are links to Facebook, Instagram, and all these other things that are not in any way tied with JavaScript to anything, right? But then basically, so we're basically relying on the clipboard and or save images to do the sharing, which is definitely not as ideal, but that's something that's kind of a low hanging fruit, because if we're building a compositor, then, the download of the images obviously has to be something that needs to be done. And then putting the links to where to share things is a fairly low barrier to entry. Alistair?
It'd be interesting to have sort of a very high level understanding of statistics on whether users are visiting on mobile or PC, because I suspect that these kinds of share things are probably a lot easier to do on mobile, because you can kind of say open an Instagram and that's a user provided action.
Yeah. I think that's good information to have. I think we'll need to find a solution both for desktop and for mobile.
Yeah, for sure. But if all of the young ends are using mobile, then perhaps we can just make first.
Yeah, I strongly suspect that's going to be an element of it, but there's also questions about our communities.
Our communities.
The very first thing that I want to do, and I want to do this in the coming week, is basically go to the community page and say, hey, look, we're now at a point where we really need to bring in more users. And if you like MetaBrainz and you'd like to help us get the word out, what ways do you think that that's necessary? And then we can ask the question, mobile or desktop, what sorts of actual sharing sites, social media sites are you using? And what other things do you find would be useful to help them make noise about MetaBrainz, right? What sites are important to you? I'm sure we're going to hear Bandcamp about it, but I don't know how Bandcamp could help us in this particular context, right? People are probably going to talk about Reddit. Simon talked about Reddit in particular, and turning up very cheaply, in my opinion, in the last FM forums and starting to post things about MetaBrainz. It's not completely off topic, but
very not too cheap. It's very like
it's, and we're not going to turn up there and be judgmental assholes like, last FM sucks. I mean, there's no customers paying our payments, right? So, but the bottom line is that we can come in there and go like, hey, so by the way, MetaBrainz, we're blah 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 blah. Come take a look and so forth, right? So the asking the community for where sort of the lay of the land and the situation as to where people are thinking is definitely going to be very, very important, and that's going to inform how we move from there. Yesterday, Simon and I had a number of conversations around the cover art front, and I think we made some good progress. In particular, there was one image that when Simon explained it to me. And it's the idea that there's a piece of cover. We're trying to make it look like vinyl covers, right? And then on the floor underneath it are a bunch more scattered. So one is kind of skewed and large, and there's other ones in the background. We put an aging filter on it so that the vinyl looks a little bit aged. And then we composite that, and that could look really hot as far as being able to make a nice piece of cover art that is shareable, right? So Simon and I are going to work on, I don't know, 5 or 6 designs in a few different sizes that we can then put on a compositing page that we can then, then this becomes the starting off point for a sharing page. The compositing for these sorts of things, I can also see us embedding that into the release statistics. So if you're looking at the release statistics, it should just, and it'll probably be the easiest. And, Monkey made a good point to me yesterday. He said, loading 25 pieces of cover art on this page does that all the time from the Internet Archive, and that's not a problem, right? So we just do it in CSS. We won't be able to do some of the really fancy things. We won't be able to cache it, but let's just try it, right? It's so that's one of Monkey and I are going to get together, at some point soon and see if we can actually whip up the compositing engine in JavaScript. And Monkey will get to complain about me writing JavaScript. But
I'll teach you TypeScript real quick. You'll love it.
yeah, maybe I'll hate it less, but I'll definitely need some handholding just to figure out what proper structure is nowadays and so forth. But we'll definitely need your designs. I mean, we can start with simple things, but it'll be really helpful if your designs in place for that sort of stuff. So that's as far as I've come with us. I don't really have any more suggestions to put on the table beyond that. If anybody else does, whether here or somewhere else, would very much like to hear them, because this is the only sort of cover art and sharing social media sites. But that really doesn't feel like it's the that's not a very comprehensive start yet. So please, other ideas.
Is it Lucifer was as well?
Okay, which one had your hand up first? Was it
Lucifer.
Lucifer and then Simon.
Hi. So on the mobile, if we can just add an intent click to the website, and clicking on it, we can send an image or text to be shared to a social media application without adding any JavaScript. So we can share to Instagram, Facebook directly on the mobile platforms.
Yes.
That's a really good start, actually.
Yeah, that would actually be great.
Yeah, if it bypasses all those pesky issues, that we were talking about, that's already a good start.
And we can reliably determine if the user's on a mobile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we can determine
If they're faking it, they're faking it.
Yeah, sure, right, but most people aren't gonna take it, so.
Yeah.
But that's a great idea. That brings us closer to making that happen. Desktop is just a bit different, desktop is download a file and then, open file dialog and do something else, that's doable. That's probably good enough for a first cut. And then, especially if you can have a little bit why is your sharing so clunky, motherfuckers? Actually, look, privacy, right? We're making a very hard line between Facebook and all this other, internet fuckery and what we're doing. So if you want to cross that fuckery line, please do, right?
I think there might be easy ways to circumvent that and load the JavaScript in question only only after a user action, like clicking on the button, sharing Facebook.
We had a ticket on CritiqueBrainz for the same thing, because I think actually there are a bunch of JavaScript embeds for posting things on Facebook and Google Plus and Twitter. And I think they're broken at the moment, so we load the JavaScript and then you can't actually do anything with it. But I do remember seeing, in the last decade or so, there are JavaScript apps, like JavaScript libraries, which will show a button, which is just a static image hosted on your website. And then when the user clicks it, that's user action to download the Facebook JavaScript.
And then open it.
Yeah, which means that if you know that you want to share to Facebook, you're going to make that action and you know that at that point Facebook stuff is loading in.
Okay.
And that would be my recommendation in the case where we really wanted like direct posting to these services. Then
I think that's
just
better than the other option, which is opt-in everything. Your preferences page is gonna be, show me a Facebook button, show me a blah button, show me YouTube player, show me all that stuff. But I think,
just doing it on the user action.
yeah, that might be absolutely sufficient.
So realistically, what I'm hearing is that we've got some options to go address this, but I think the share page, once we have it in a compositor, these are just obvious things, right? And not difficult for us to do, especially if we do it all in the browser, which I was originally hesitant about, but I very much have changed of heart. So, I mean, if we can do, if Corey and I can work out something where we can get indemnification insurance, the other litigation insurance, for something like that, and it's going to cost us $1,000 or $2,000 a year, I would probably still pursue that anyway. And then we can get more flexibility and run our own cash, which would be nice. Sounds? Okay, second.
It's good that that came up, that we can do that, because I think in a modern UI UX kind of sense, like I would say, if we're going after a ListenBrainz audience, having a step where you literally right click or download on mobile, like for me, that is a hard no.
Yeah, that's like apparently it's just crazy.
It's like that is like people are spoiled basically. I mean, and it's great that there's solutions. And and the other thing was, I'd be a little bit concerned if we approach the current community for too much input on this, because they're not necessarily the target audience. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean they're getting great feedback, but some of them already hate. I mean, any mention of social media they're not into, like,
Gonna get a negative reaction.
Yes.
well, I already know that. I'll place on the forums, our MusicBrainz users are not ListenBrainz users. Like, they might be into the data, but when you're talking about sharing, getting more people, and they really couldn't care less, which is fine. Like, they're not, but I think we'd really have to identify who do we want to get, and then kind of ask them, particularly around stuff like sharing, because like we said, everyone in this room doesn't really use social media. Our only like younger person does, so it's like, so who is using those? And we're like, if everyone's on Spotify, I don't even use Spotify, I like, but we're trying to get those people. So who uses Spotify? And other people are going to be like, if it takes 2 clicks to do something, we've already closed the app. We've already closed the app. Like, so.
And I think there's a segment of the audience that is very easy to identify. And in the last week, I shared 2 articles in The Guardian where people are talking about being fed up with Spotify. And, Apple Music, I think, fits in the same thing. These systems are recommending people a bunch of stuff. The recommendations are not necessarily very great. And people have realized that their relationship to music has drastically changed, right? It's just like, I don't actually really engage with music anymore. I just click on things and they just sort of like wash over me without me really recognizing what I'm listening to. Back in the day, when you bought a vinyl, you bought a CD, you went to the shop, you brought it home, you put it in your player, you focused on it, you're paying attention to it. Music industry likes to call this like either it's a lean-in sort of situation or a lean back, lean in or lean out, right? So in that particular vernacular, all of our experiences have more or less become lean out, right? I am very much guilty of this because there are some albums that Zaz has recommended that they're great, right? I couldn't tell you a single track. I couldn't tell you, I mean, there's one track and there's a couple of clicks on and so forth, but like the entire album is a lot more than just one track, right? I put it on, it's great background music, I feel good about it and so forth, but I am disconnected from that piece of music, right? So there's a lot of people that are in that sort of situation, and I very much want to use ListenBrainz because I want to have a closer relationship with other people who love music, right? So these are the target audiences. Like some part of these people, we can reel in and say, come on over, right? We have new tools for you because we have other people that are engaged in this. Are you raising your hand too?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I can't tell if it's.
So 2 things I think. I'll try and remember both, but the first one is, so we're talking about driving people in. I haven't really heard mention of like, a big part of it is being able to submit listens, right?
Yep.
So is there any, there's a lot of media players that only support Last.fm, don't support MetaBrainz. I know it's not something that we can control directly, but is there a feeling that that needs to be, something needs to be done about that, or?
Yes, I also see it a bit of as a chicken and the egg problem. Because as more people enter the community, especially the key open source people enter the community, they'll look at these things and say like, hey, let me help out to do this. We're slowly starting to see this happening, right? I think the low-hanging fruit as far as bringing people into our community would actually be Spotify or Last.fm users, right? Because Last.fm
Apple Music.
Hmm?
How about Apple Music?
Well, we don't have Apple Music support yet, right? We would need to be, I mean, once we have Apple Music, then we become a target for that. But I say Spotify because Spotify is actually supported, right? And we will soon be able to send playlists. Lucifer did a test, and my daily jams, all but one track, was resolved properly. So our Spotify support is top notch, right? So that's going to be our target audience. So if we recruit Spotify users into the fold and say like, hey, we can improve the Spotify experience, that's where we can say like, we have the best chance of providing a good user experience. Everyone else is going to be dicey, right? But bringing a bunch of Spotify users could also be very useful for growing things and getting more people in, because there's also overlap that there's open source Spotify listeners like myself, right?
That's a kind of interesting, I guess that's probably ultimately going to be kind of streaming submissions is going to be, make up the vast proportion of like, if you're listening on a media player, you can kind of go into the options and then you actually see MetaBrainz mentioned in the settings. But Spotify, it's not like they're going to go on the Spotify side. No. They're not going to say, they're not going to link to us. No. So it's like you've got it's a slightly different, it's like how do you get the person who uses Spotify to even know that MetaBrainz exists? Because it's not in the interface.
That's the whole point of our conversation.
Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out how, like, a concrete way of doing that, like, because it feels difficult.
It is difficult, right?
Yeah.
But, and I think for that reason also, I mentioned like attracting Last.fm users. I think that's a very fertile ground because Last.fm is ailing, and the community feels a bit awash. And I think we are definitely presenting this fresh new face on the block, right? And people are slowly coming in. So I think that's community that we can tap, and turning up in Last.fm subreddits. It might be a very good way of doing that, not by by playing that game that everyone else is playing. Like, hey, look at my cover art, look at the stuff that I, as a MetaBrainz user, am doing, not necessarily I'm a representative of MetaBrainz. Coming in and sharing our stuff. And when we have stuff that's sexier and that's just works out of the box and so forth, and you could solve your cold start problem by importing from Last.fm, and tomorrow morning we'll have daily jams for you. I think it's pretty compelling, sort of, at least the beginning of a compelling a narrative for drawing users in.
The other thing is, I don't know, I just suddenly thought about it, because I do use Twitter quite a lot, actually. So I was Twitter.
Okay.
So the composite thing, I just sort of made this connection with, Wordle. So Wordle was around for quite a while, and then they added a share your results, and it was done in an ASCII, so you could basically show like how quickly you got the answer or whether you failed. And it was like I think it was copy paste. I don't know exactly how to do it. Basically, you just saw it on everyone's feed suddenly, and it went like this, and that was why Wordle essentially got bought by the New York Times. And that's, to me, that's a very similar kind of thing. If you can make like a compelling,
that's exactly what we're going.
because people were looking at it and then they're like, okay, what the heck is this? And then that's exactly the same model, and it did actually work amazingly well in that particular instance.
Yeah, and I think Akshat actually also identified a missed opportunity on our part. The carousel carousel with cover art from Year in Music last year.
Yes.
Like we didn't make that shareable, right? So I guess one of the goals for this year should be to actually start, see if we can actually release some of these cover art, at least an initial version of cover art stuff. Prior to monkey plugin over there, there's PowerPoint back there. But to basically get that done before we release Year in Music, so that we can actually piggyback Year in Music off the same sharing stuff, just instantiate that sharing component so we can share the cover art carousel, right? Just obvious, easy things to do. Other than that, Simon, do you have any other genius insights?
I wanted to share something I saw, because when you asked that question and you're like, why aren't we going for these smaller things? I kind of was also like, oh, Spotify's got all the users, so it's like, well, I think fruit, it's pretty easy. But I did look up a Scrobbler, some software or plugin, and that added ListenBrainz support, and it gave you like 3 options. It said you can use Last.fm, you can use whatever, you can use ListenBrainz. ListenBrainz is the only one with a link that you could click on.
Yep.
You know, so
So
like,
it's web scrolling, right?
is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, and like that kind of stuff is a good engagement. Also, I know Wordle's cliche, like everyone talks about fucking Wordle. It's making it like Wordle, but like honestly pretty brilliant. Like I don't really use any apps, like any games, but all my friends every fucking day in our group chat, the only thing they post is their Wordle results. And eventually I'm like, well, I'm going to play
It's
fucking
like
Wordle now.
gamifying it, but
Yeah.
literally, if I'm sure the graph that they have
Yeah.
would have been like pretty much a vertical.
So-
It was
so-
all through that sharing
Mm.
aspect. It's how it just expanded.
And I haven't really thought, because maybe I focus too much on like what Last.fm does with image sharing, and I'm not saying we should make a game. Everyone's like, make a game
No.
like Wordle but music. It's not like that, but like, if we can. I'm gonna have a little think, and if anyone else has got ideas where you can post something that's not just sharing something about you,
It's like-
but you can make a
it's
comparison.
incentivizing someone to
Yeah, it's
engage.
like I did this, and like
Rather
text
than
based, and text based is also very interesting. Like going back, like there's a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, there's
Something
interesting.
also that one of you pointed out yesterday is that there's a music journalist that uses if then that
yeah,
to actually post their last FM or something.
it's
Things like
Spotify that's
yeah,
for most things I listened to in the last month or so.
yeah. I mean, we calculate statistics, and we're going to be doing compositing things. So your statistics from the last month, composite an image, and then auto post to the social network like Twitter and so forth. And no action on the user's behalf. We do that once a month. That, and then, as like the first of the month comes out, maybe people building a little anticipation or dread. About this, like, hey, it's the first. We're gonna see a bunch of cover art posts coming in today. Like that'd be kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
But I think I'm at least pleased that we have the beginnings of a plan. So the cover art and then some basic sharing that we know and understand. We're going to go to the community, ask them for bits of feedback. I think that'll keep us busy through the remainder of the year. Is what we want to do there, and then we'll probably work out a more comprehensive strategy after that.
Just wanted to talk about the cold start also on ListenBrainz. So for that, can we have something like a listen bot which is always communicating to you? Like for example, I connected my services and it has to give me those statistics. So tomorrow I get an email when my stats are ready.
So can you define cold start in terms of ListenBrainz?
When a new user joins in on ListenBrainz, they don't have any listens.
Oh,
over
okay.
there.
Yeah.
So
empty.
yeah. So it's empty for a week or two.
Oh, and even if they import stuff, it takes a while. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what
If
you're
they
talking about.
import stuff the next day,
They'll get
They get stuff.
Yeah,
then 24, 48 hours, then things start happening.
Mm.
Right, and either way, it's not great, right? So one of the things that we want to do is to be able to have some sort of box that says, type in a few artist names, a few favorite tracks and so forth. And out of that, what we can do when we have the similarity data is we can conjure up, this might be your starting point for music information, and kickstart that a little bit, right? It's not a low hanging fruit, right? It's we're just simply not there yet. I would say that
something like supporting Apple Music is a more important thing than solving this cold start problem. Because Apple Music and Spotify users coming in and importing their collections solves that cold start problem fairly well for a very large percentage of the population, or coming in from us at that, right? So I don't perceive the cold start problem as something that's an immediate thing for us to solve.
I'd be quite interested. For me, from my perspective, it's kind of an important one because with the way things work, if lots of users come in and they don't have a good experience, it can be hard to restart it again. So I definitely think it's worth, and I think there is some low hanging fruit in what you're saying. Stuff like email notifications with nice visualizations that just automatically comes out later. Hey, remember yesterday you clicked on this? We've generated your thing. I don't think that's a big, but that's, I'd be really, so for me, it's important that when we're going to release all these images, that we don't have like 90% of those people bounce off some weird thing we haven't thought about, that it's like they're going to end up here, move this, and they're going to get the email. Everything is smooth.
Yep.
We've thought about what it
Yep.
looks like. I think that'll make a big
Yep.
retention difference.
I agree, and yeah,
Notifications would be useful for that too.
we've been needing notifications.
Notification system.
We've been needing notifications in ListenBrainz since forever, right? We're generating playlists, we're generating monthly stats. The email that you suggested for, hey, we've now started syncing your Spotify stuff. When we actually start generating things for you, we have some stats and we have some daily jams. We'll send you an email, right? As a reminder to pull you back in, right? To complete the process.
So for me, I feel like email is more important than notifications. Oh, email notifications.
Website notifications, but they also translate to all those being sent as email as well.
Okay, so there's a difference between like a notification and an email.
So
And what I'm thinking of like
Email notification.
as like a very nice email for a very specific purpose that is advertising, what Spotify does this a lot. They like, it's not really related to anything that's happened. They're just like, hey, did you know that everyone's listening to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So I'm seeing notifications up in our breakout topics as the most prominent one. And we're sort of sliding towards that one. I'm wondering, does it make sense for us to actually promote the breakout sessions, a plenary one, and actually take that next? Because I think we all realize that this is important and something that we probably need to get at. So let's finish the ListenBrainz topic. I think we're done. I think we've covered a lot of things. I think for me, the next 6 months are clear. And I think before the year is out, all of 2023 is going to be clear as to what we need to do. And then, we know that Simon is going to be working on an overarching UX master plan for us that allows us to start executing on things in a fairly consistent way. All right. So, yes.
Just slider, just at the end. And I did mention this yesterday, and you also clarified things for me, so that's good. But just thinking for ListenBrainz and certainly the design, what I would really like to see is more user friendly. What you see when you first arrive at ListenBrainz.
So really important.
Front page, front page, menus, like clarification menus. I know actually I've done a bunch of pull requests and stuff that we're sort of slowly been working on, but what pages do we have? Where does everything fit? Does it make sense? Is there a story of like when you log in, go from here to here to here to here? Someone said that Nico said that there is already a call to action to link Spotify if you haven't listened, so that's great. But sort of stepping people through the things that they can do when they sign up for us.
Yeah, actually, I'm getting started page.
Isn't the starting page something which is of importance if people are finding the website by themselves? But the way that we are seeing the growth is people are going to be sharing. And usually when I'm telling someone about ListenBrainz, I am with them or I'm involved in the chat around them. So it's just me telling them. So if they have any problems, they just ask me, that how do I do this, how do I do that, and it's just done.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Record all of the questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Write those down, because
Okay.
that's gold.
Okay.
Because that makes you a little miniature user focused stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Because I want to hear all of those, because that is those are marching orders for us, right?
Yeah.
And we recognize we've got a bunch of those things, and we've identified the homepage sucks. You know, our
Yeah.
onboarding process, like what the fuck is ListenBrainz? All of these things suck right now, right? And then you see all of these tabs scattered all over the place that us engineers have hammered up there. Obviously, that needs to change, right? But these are like the live ListenBrainz UX revamp is very much about that. And we need to make it very friendly for users that are coming in, that to be able to understand what it is that we're doing, understand what we're not doing, and then, pulling people in and keeping them there, right? At least reading them back in with the notification that says like, hey, we made some shit for you, come listen to it.
I think Alistair is talking about what you're talking about, which is, we can identify where they're coming from, what questions will they have,
Yeah.
and does this page answer that? So
Continuing to that, like mostly people on ListenBrainz are not going to be too text heavy.
No.
They just want to click
yeah,
stuff.
totally.
We don't need a lot of text.
No,
If the homepage has a lot of text explaining me everything, it's like fine, but like get me the stats.
we're not keeping that.
I think we need to
Landing page.
start getting some cover art on the homepage as well.
Yeah. So basically more clicks. That's it. Like I think that'll be a clean and neat start. Because when you have explained someone about ListenBrainz, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get stats. But yeah, for that you need some listens. Just connect to Spotify. So basically the workflow is like you are on ListenBrainz, connect your stuff, get some listens, wait a day, get the stats.
Yeah.
Little flow chart on the
That's
homepage.
make a good getting started page.
Yeah.
Because connect Spotify is also only for everyone. Because Spotify, when you don't, it gets more complicated. It's like, do you listen on your browser? Do you listen on your phone? Do you listen blah blah blah?
I think as
we
Rob
have to
said,
like also explain easily what it is,
So-
how you send data to the system.
How it kind of, you
Yeah.
select how you do it,
Yeah.
and then it funnels
That's
you
what
down.
I'm
Yeah.
I think for now, just focusing on Spotify is a good idea. Like for the new users, like obviously you can import your stuff from Last.fm and all. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, so I would, from my perspective, I'd get away, no explaining on the homepage, no instructions.
Oh, no,
It's got a connect Spotify button, and then it's got a little bit of text like, I want to be Spotify, and that drops you down to like, you can connect using this, but it's just connect your Spotify, and then it's like, it's some fireworks, and then like,
are we talking
We're gonna-
about an onboarding page, like for an app? First you get an onboarding page and you never see that again.
well, that's the question,
Yeah,
that's the question, but after someone signed up, we should have a,
that can be on the help page, but as Monkey also has been working on, like, we want to redirect a logged in user directly to their home page, which is the listens page and all. We don't want them to go to a home page.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that PR is.
yeah.
Something like that. I think maybe what I encourage you two to do is to have a mini breakout and discuss some of these issues, right? It sounds like Simon already has the beginnings of what the homepage should look like.
Yeah.
So you two square away those bits and pieces, and then I'd like to see, even a cursory paper-based mock-up of the page. Something like that.
There's actually quickly show this, but I'll share this.
So my point again is that we just need an onboarding page, which we are going to show once. We don't have to keep it always.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, can we move on now?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so the next topic is one, who feels that they're really qualified to talk about the differentiation between messages and notifications and how these things should work? But I can do my best. I don't see anybody jumping. Okay, so let's jump into notifications and messages. So there are two things that we've got going on. One is a notification. Right, a notification is we made you a playlist. Somebody left a comment on your edit. That sort of stuff. We want users' attention for something like your playlists are ready to listen to.
And there's many different things that we want to do, right? A user, and then kind of going back from the things that we designed back in the day, what we'd like to see is a unified look and feel where all of our sites have, we have a common look and feel as it is, and there ought to be a common place where there's a notification bell or something like that, and then notification center, where if you click on it and ListenBrainz, you click on it from MusicBrainz, you get the same experience, right? It's exactly the same experience, it's the same backend and so forth. The colors are slightly different, right? So there should be a notification section, and if we send you an email on a notification, you should be able to find it there, right? And so it's kind of like, is it an inbox? Yay or nay, kind of similar. It's a bit iffy, right? But you should be able to see your notifications, and in the settings for notifications, you should be able to figure out, like, I want email notifications for all the notifications I get, right? Or don't email me notifications, right?
Or email me digest.
Email me digest, these sorts of things. Like, users should have adequate control over how they hear from us, right? And then subscription emails is actually a message. So those are notifications, more or less. Messages are then from a project to a user, possibly to a group of users, or from a user to a user, right? MusicBrainz has this. One user can send a message to another user. I don't know how often it is used, but there's also
MetaBrainz has a messaging system.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've used it the same name.
You can send an email to another user from his profile.
Oh, we're talking about the email, send email, like.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I mean, it just sends an email, right? Is that a?
It was a message.
Yeah,
It's a message in an email.
Right. It's hokey and clunky.
okay,
Right.
yeah,
Let's make it less hokey and clunky.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you send a user a message, there should be a second bubble at the top that says, you get your end notifications and your messages from other users. Obvious things that we need to be concerned about, and it doesn't seem like it has been a problem on MusicBrainz, is spam.
No.
Anytime we have not had it, we've had spam.
It's not a problem,
It's not a problem.
and it could be a problem if spammer figured out that they can use it.
Yeah, and I think if we actually make it nice that there is a consistent messaging system all over the place, then spammers are like, oh, I can spam all of MusicBrainz and spam all these projects at the same time. That becomes a more attractive target. So one of the fundamental thoughts that I had when we first started talking about this in 2015 was, to me, it feels like building a message notification system and just sitting there typing stuff for days, building stuff that's just not particularly interesting, and we're creating another spam problem. Is there a toolkit? Is there a system that we can use to make this process easier?
Messaging as a service, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there was a service that I identified that was nice, but it was a startup, and they were trying to do exactly this, and I think it would have worked really well, but the overarching consensus was like, we have no assurance that these people are going to be around in 6 months, and sure enough, they're not around. Right? We also briefly explored using XMPP/Jabber as a sort of like possible communication mechanism, but we basically just didn't get that. That just didn't come.
That seems like
It's way overkill. Technically, it's going to be more complicated.
Right, I mean, ultimately, it basically just in the end comes back down to email, right? But we have a potential spam problem that we're creating ourselves, and I don't particularly feel like having to build a system that now we have to build a spam prevention system.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the answer to that is.
Just saying, Fraser pointed out that they do occasionally get messages
from users.
About reports of theoretical spam. Like, I received this notification, this email from a user on
It sounds
MetaBrainz
like
and
it's
spam.
also like inappropriate emails.
Right,
Yeah.
and because the only proof of that message is the email that got sent to the user, there's no way of actually going back and verifying whether that was actually true as well. And so having messages as a thing that's stored in the database, in our infrastructure, means that we can actually go back and see, we've got proof that user X sent this message to user Y.
So I guess that seems something we definitely need to do in order to maintain the oversight as to what's going on. So if we were to build such a system, building notification system is not rocket science, right? We design a couple of database tables and just start pounding keywords, right? The biggest difficulty is going to be the UX side of things, making sure this gets, just intuitive, right? From a technical perspective, this is boring as shit. But I wonder, can we do some simple tricks along the lines of, so for instance, MetaBrainz has barriers to entry for users, right? Like there's some things that users can't do.
Yes.
Vote for the first week or something like that. Remind me.
Yeah, vote for the first, or until they have 10 accepted edits and a verified email address, they can't vote or comment on edits.
Right.
You could add to that same list messaging another user.
Yes, messaging, could there be something along the lines of, maybe you've never interacted with this user before, you can't directly send them an email, send them a message.
Don't think that's ideal.
It's not ideal, right? But like with that sort of direction, right? Being able to send blanket emails without ever having any contact and so forth, this is an opening the door for spam. But if there's a user recommended a track for you, and now you can communicate with that user because they've recommended a track for you, that is a little bit something, right?
I think that would already be taken care of because either you're following that person or they're following you.
That's an
Yeah,
easy one.
That's
But for example, the example I had in mind is that in MetaBrainz, if you wanna writing notes on a revision might work, but the user might have their email preferences turned off. Users right now are sending messages through MetaBrainz. That might or might not work, instead of pinging them on forums instead.
Yeah.
It
Seems less than ideal.
yeah.
So, what I'm getting at here is that this seemingly easy, but we could be making ourselves a lot of work if we just blunder into it. Alistair?
kind of 2-3-ish things. That idea of like interaction, I kind of like. Twitter, of course, you can only DM somebody if they follow you.
Yeah, or they can say,
or
anyone
whatever.
allowing this. Yeah.
When I first posted a forum post asking for volunteers to help moderate MetaBrainz, Arizona sent me a message over the MetaBrainz messaging system, having never spoken to him before, so
Email.
email.
If we want to be a dick.
So there is sort of let's say precedent for sort of emails out of the blue messages. We have messaging in Freesound, and it suffers from all of the problems we've been discussing. We just have really, really strong restrictions on what you can do. So yeah, if you're a new account, you have to have had an account for a particular amount of time. We do anti-spam checking. If there are links in the mail, we sort of tend to not send it. We have reporting mechanisms, and so if the user gets reported by multiple different recipients 3 times, then the user gets soft locked and goes into a moderation queue. So yeah, just to say, you implement it and the problems come.
Yeah, exactly. And in a lot of ways, this feels very not us, right? We don't like babysitting these things. We have an entire infrastructure of machines and so forth that we need to babysit. We've got 2 people dedicated towards doing that. I don't really want to invite more of these things in, right? But building something that spans people is just difficult, right? So can we, going back to sort of what Simon was working on, could we just actually make it all just email and use spam filtering, just like rely on Gmail and everything else to use spam filtering? Is that something we could do?
That helps with spam, but it doesn't necessarily help with abuse.
And also think we end up with how do you send emails? go through third party?
We use
Gmail.
our
Yep.
Or use
email.
Gmail?
Yeah.
So if you're using Gmail, then it's then spam. Effectively.
That's also,
That's not good.
that's also.
Go down well. Ray's had his hand up for a
I
while.
mean, I guess what I'm really trying to challenge us to do is to actually think outside the box, right? Like we have these notifications, we want to have notifications, but we don't want the giant can of worms. And I think fundamentally, this is one of the reasons why I just, like, every time I think about this, it's like, yes, I want this. Absolutely, it's absolutely necessary. But then we don't do it because the can of worms is you know, like, is Alistair worthy.
So real series or
Okay, so wait, it would be good if somebody could tell me Leo's got a question without you raising your hand. 'Cause I want to give you the floor.
So I didn't catch it.
Basically, well, we are, as I told you the other day, basically, Michael and I had already talked about many of those things when we were thinking through what we wanted to do for MusicBrainz. So basically, the idea we had there was that, we would have like two different tables, and like, I mean, the UI was to be implemented later, but the idea is that notifications would be basically system notifications would be deleted after a while after they are read. And then you would have on a separate message table where basically you would store user to user messages. And basically, instead of removing messages, they would basically never get removed, but they would just be, as a user, you could hide a message and report it, but they would always be there so that Freso or whoever could always like actually check the content of the message without, the people having to keep it in their inbox for that. And like, honestly, I cannot see how having messages is any worse than what we do right now, because it's literally the same as allowing people to send emails, except that at least we have some oversight about the content of them. Right now we are allowing people to send emails, but we just have no control at all over them. So I would say that it's actually a lot more safe than what we have right now, personally.
So when we're talking about spam problems, we're really only talking about user to user.
Yeah, so I was thinking like the site parts of it could you just like go, well, let's forget about the review part, because it feels like you really don't want to get into that. I understand why. Like, how much is that a priority versus, because the site, and you talking about a notification being an event, that's really key to me. The user stuff maybe less so. So
Right.
you just go.
So maybe that's just the answer. We simply do not actually do messaging, but we do notifications.
Yes, because you can still get like a part of user to user with saying, oh, someone likes your track or your review. So you're still getting a bit of social interaction, but there's no real way of spamming that.
Yeah. Okay. I
With
really
the
like
realm
that.
of ListenBrainz, you can send a track to another person directly with a message. That's
I mean,
a form of interaction.
you have to be real inventive to spam that. You know how people Spotify create a playlist where it says a load of words, instead of a playlist which says
Give you
Just to give an insight, like I wouldn't want to chat on ListenBrainz, like chat to people on ListenBrainz. Usually, how me and my friends communicate is if we are on a cool website, we just share our Instagram or WhatsApp or anything, and we chat over there.
Right.
yeah.
The social aspect, social media aspect.
Yeah.
That's it. Right. Instead of providing a messaging service, we actually say, like, a user in their profile can say, like, hey, I prefer to be if you need to contact me, I prefer to be contacted. Twitter.
Yeah.
Something else. Right? Because that's, I think by then we're providing a way for people to communicate. And it's not necessarily the easiest way to communicate, right? But a notification system really doesn't suffer from these spam issues, because most notifications we're going to do are going to originate from one of our projects.
An action on the website.
An action on the website, I mean, that's what some of the actions on the website could also turn out to be spammy and so forth, but given that they turn up on people's timelines, the violation is going to be visible on the timeline, and the notification violation seems a minor thing compared to that, right? But it's visible, and then people like, that spammer report user, and then they go check out, right? So.
At least you don't get it in your email.
I'll give an example. For example, we can't message someone on GitHub. GitHub also doesn't have any messaging.
Good, makes sense, Simon?
I think it's really good to look at the big picture, because what Akshit's describing is, it's pretty much what a lot of people do. There's a difference between providing a tool for someone to share and building a community. And what you're describing doesn't build a community. It involves your current group of friends, and you find common interests. And that's totally cool. Maybe that's what we want to do. But if we want people to make new friends and center around ListenBrainz or in ListenBrainz, then that's different. And we, as much as everyone hates it, we should consider having a way for people to get. But if we're like, no, ListenBrainz is just where you do your thing and you share it with your friends or your existing followers. And if you've got no friends, sorry, you can't really, but if we want it more to be like, okay, you love this artist, and you're going to find 50 other people love this artist, and they're all going to write reviews, and then you're all going to talk, then for that use case, we look at more in site messaging. But for me, that's the two.
Why don't you redirect them to the community.metabrainz.org that?
Yeah, why not? Create a new forum automatically.
That Alistair?
So to respond to what you're saying, like from a sort of technical perspective, like the user-to-user thing that Rob's been describing, and never underestimate how like versatile and persistent spammers are. It is obviously one of those things that A, technically is boring to implement. B, you end up with a huge amount of administrative work to keep it from being actually completely turning people off the system. And technically, like, you have to build the tools to be able to make it easy to actually moderate all that stuff. So obviously, with being a small team, you have to balance like expert technical versus
So before we get into what Alistair is saying, I think we should simply make a decision and say messaging system is off the cards for now, and we should find another way. Like if we actually have a clear messaging need, let's invent something else, right? But for now, messaging is off the table. It's not something we want to do because it doesn't really reflect our core values or the things we want to have on. But notifications are something that we need to do, and it would be nice to do it sooner than later because BookBrainz has a need for it, ListenBrainz has a need for it. And I propose that I'll hold a hack day. I would love to have Lucifer and Monkey and Alistair participating after we have mock-ups of these things from you. Because the technical side of knocking out writing a specification for knocking out a couple of endpoints for notifications after we have OAuth in place is fairly trivial. I mean, that's a day's worth of work for us. Gonna be more work getting all this UI, all the UI components into all of the websites and so forth. But I really only need them in two places, though, because we don't need in CritiqueBrainz. There's no need for cover art archive. MessageBrainz is gone, so ListBrainz and ListBrainz, right? Both are React capable, so this shouldn't be rocket science. My understanding. Is there anyone strongly opposed to forgetting about a messaging system for just indefinitely until it's a very clear use case and solution comes back up? Real?
So does that mean we're removing emailing and user option in MusicBrainz?
I don't think so.
No, we don't change anything.
Then what's the actual point? I mean, like, why are we not doing messaging and instead keeping the uncontrolled direct email user-to-user thing where Freso has no supervision and it's actually a worse way of a messaging system in every way? I just don't understand the point.
I don't know. Is the email system we have right now, is that a problem for Freso?
I mean, as far as I understand, we haven't had any spam problems, as far as I understand, ever messaging, but we have had people insulting each other over messaging, which we cannot really control. Like, why are we worried about the thing that we've never seen more than about the thing we've actually experienced?
Right. So from my perspective, I don't like messaging is not a topic for us anymore. Messaging on MusicBrainz is its own separate thing. And if it becomes a problem, then let the MusicBrainz team address that. As far as MetaBrainz is concerned, we care about notifications. We're building a notification system. I don't know if that addresses your question or comment, Rio.
So basically, is BookBrainz not planning to have any message, like user-to-user messaging, or is it planning to have emails? Like, has Monkey thought about that at all?
Currently, we just redirect to the MusicBrainz page
For sending messages.
for sending messages to a user.
Not great, but it's something.
Not great, but
I mean, if you think that's a good idea, then whatever, we can do this for now.
I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe some of those aspects are also going to be improved by having user accounts on metabrainz.org.
And notifications also, right? I think some of these things can be couched as notifications that don't necessarily need to be messaging. So I don't hear any significant objections, so let's just make that decision. We're not going to be working on a user-to-user messaging system. That's absolutely pants. And then hopefully sometime towards the end of the year or next year, you know, we're going to have a hack day with 4 of us to go knock out a notification system. Monkey?
It's interesting, right? Before, when I was saying we identify the user groups, if we wanted people to center around our stuff, it's quite possible we would say absolutely no private messaging, and we'd just have public interaction instead. I just think there's so many options here. I think it's really important to figure out exactly what and how we're going to do it currently. And I think what Ria said, you know, what I would do is rather than you have their email, I mean, again, we don't like social media, but we allow people to put in their social media accounts, and then they can choose how to communicate. Whereas currently, like an email is quite you know, there's those social media accounts, they've already got it accept. You set what's private, public, and maybe that solves a lot of that problem. If we're going to say we don't do messaging, you know, but we let people connect how they want to connect, or they should use the forums publicly. Like,
how do you connect to a user if you can't message them at all?
oh no, they can put a link to their email, their Facebook, or whatever. We just have a little.
And they have on the profile page.
Right.
Yeah, and then you click to
The idea is
MySpace.
what I'm understanding is that we shall allow public communication, edit notes, for instance. And then in edit notes, you could have hey, contact me at Twitter. Here's my Twitter.
Or let's say, take this to the forum.
I just have it on the profile, on everyone's profile. It's
The link on the profile.
So then
Add your social media account.
Yeah,
and-
social link.
Could somebody please add a ticket that we need to add social media accounts and other sort of like ways for people to contact users into the user profile and the MetaBrainz user profile? Can somebody agree to add that ticket?
Is that what you're doing now?
Thanks, Alistair. Much appreciated.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of 2 other things at the moment.
That's cool.
I have a question. You mentioned at the beginning, asking whether there are some full-fledged solutions out there already made. Is that still something that's worth exploring?
I think that was really in the context of messaging, right?
But there will be solutions out there that do notifications, messaging, and push notifications, and the whole package.
Right. I mean, by all means, whatever toolkits find and so forth. But I think the most important thing is, you know, the thing that I was kind of thinking about, like actually engaging a third-party company using their services and so forth. It's probably not the right idea because of privacy policy. But if we can find toolkits, JavaScript toolkits, server things, libraries, and whatnot, by all means, yes. So let's look for those.
Standalone servers that you can install, like we do with Discord and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, last time we looked, we didn't find anything like that. But yeah, if there's something like that, that'd be great. But fundamentally, I think, given how we need to integrate it and so forth, and sending these notifications is 1 or 2 tables. This is sort of the sort of stuff that Lucifer does in an afternoon when he's half napping. right?
I have another question.
Sure.
Do we want any possibility to have cross-project notifications? As in,
Oh,
you look at
absolutely.
the MetaBrainz account,
Absolutely.
and you see notification on BookBrainz, on ListenBrainz.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the MetaBrainz notifications.
Okay, so on each project website, you would see all the notifications for all the projects?
Right, and then maybe we'll just have an icon by like, okay, BookBrainz sent you a message, MetaBrainz could send you a message, right? ListenBrainz could send you a message, right? They're all the same everywhere, and that's one. There's another way that we can bring the brand together and community together.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What ticket was I supposed to open?
To add contact us type fields, so social media, email. I mean, we have email, social media.
So
So
you contact me as a user.
Your
or-
profile,
or-
yeah.
This is like a
Or
social
con-
link.
contact MetaBrainz.
no, yeah, contact users.
Contact me.
Right.
And you want that as an issue or on our always? Page?
A lot.
Yeah.
Because might as well just get that done while we're there, right? Okay. Any other questions, comments on this topic, or shall we close it? All right, let's close it. And we've been at this for an hour and a half, so let's go for a 15-minute break. That brings us 10 minutes to the hour in all countries but India. Thank you.
Coffee time.
Yeah. This is yet another thing where like, oh, we're checking this off and we're just taking a real can of worms and just have to do it. I think that was really key insight. And like, we've always had them try to get that.
Yeah.
And messaging, right?
But like when you explained it, event versus
Yeah.
two different things.
But I'll be honest.
And to me, it's events the key part, really. So
I'll be honest, the two are like also Siamese twins, huh? So it would still be good to have.
conceptually, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still
Technically not.
in terms of user experience, sort of. It's basically, if your only way to message someone is hope that they get your email one way or another,
Right.
you're taking all of it out of the website
Mm.
and into something else,
Right.
which
I
sort
know
of
this is
reduces the usefulness of the
It's
notification.
trying to create like almost like social media. The algorithm of social media. Yeah. So
And that is sort of
that
the
is
point.
essential, that's right, yeah. And but the ironic thing in this is that conventional wisdom is that as long as Facebook exists, you can't create a new social network. So we're a bit audacious in that, saying that we're gonna do that. But the thing is, very niche, so it's not very specific. It's very niche, and the fact of the matter is, this comment that you cannot create a social network while Facebook exists is predominantly based on the idea that you must have one social network rule all of them, right? And you must have massive amounts of VC investment, blah, blah, blah. None of that shit applies, right? I mean, what I'm saying is like, we want to recreate Last.fm. We want to take what's lost and bring it back, right? And make it a bit better. And I also really encourage the fact that the common consensus is that no, Last.fm was not a good excuse to have free streaming use. We're people that are there for
and metrics as breakouts. The first two topics, year in music and mobile apps, are not breakouts. We're just going to go cover those ourselves real quick. Then the video streaming here is going to continue on with MetaBrainz UX and the Prometheus discussion around Prometheus and service metrics and so forth is going to go into the back room, starting when this one starts. So let's do year music, mobile apps, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll do our final session. And then later on, we'll come back around for cleanup, goodbyes, questions, and whatever else we've got going on. Okay, so year in music. I don't know who put this on, but we can just sort of surmise what is what. Actually, let's start with this one. What do people think worked well, and what do people think was not worthwhile?
Cover flow was super great. The images that you could save from those,
super
that
great.
was nice. It'd be nice if this year we can share them directly.
Yeah.
In the way that we talked about earlier. The playlists were pretty good, I found. I discovered some new music.
Yep.
I could tell which listens were from his listening history.
Yes,
Which
absolutely.
is interesting when we don't have enough
Absolutely.
users.
Absolutely.
The list of similar users was also useful for discovering music.
I guess maybe the flip side is a better question. What sucked?
The list of releases was all wrong.
Which release?
List of releases from 20 past year that you might like.
Okay.
There was a bunch of duplicates because if you have
Oh,
the
yeah.
CD version, the bundle version, blah, 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 and they all appeared in the same thing. There were lots of remasters. That's basically
So
not a lot of useful information.
did the feature get sunk because of the bad execution, or does it seem like the feature was just not compelling to begin with?
I don't know because
Because of bad
it
execution,
was bad enough that it prevented actual use.
right? Lucifer, did you work on that feature? That wasn't, well, one of them wasn't mine, was it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is.
So Mucky was saying that the list of releases that you might like, that they were duplicates, and in general they were not very good. That was
Yeah, that is because we use releases, not release groups for that feature. If we start using release groups, that will improve automatically.
Okay,
The duplicates will get solved.
So then let's just try and rework that with release groups and see if we can deliver a better solution.
Yeah, we are also talking about reworking that in top release statistics in ListenBrainz. So maybe we could move everything from release to release group instead and try it out.
Okay, let's do that. So, and if the results are still not compelling, we can always nuke it, but it doesn't sound like that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So we did, what did we do the cover art create last year that had the year of music? That was just the user of just what the user listened to in the last year, right?
Yeah.
Well, we did an image that people could share, right? I forget exactly what data we did.
There were 3. One of them was your top albums of the year, your 50 most played songs of the year, and your top 50 artists of the year.
Okay, so given that we want to have new cover art work in place before the end of the year, how does that shoehorn into this? Is this another image that we share, or is this replacing an image we share, or do we use the new format of the cover art for this and then composite the year of music on top of it or something like that?
It's just another image. If you want to download it, you can like add another
But
section
that's,
for it.
I mean, that kind of duplicates simple grid. Right, so maybe what we should do is we take the simple grid and replace it with one of our fancier grids. Right,
Yeah.
we're making new ones.
Why not?
Let's just replace it with a fancy one.
For me, the problem is more the artist image, for example.
Yeah,
Not great, because we don't have artists.
we'll get round to that feedback.
Should we ditch that one?
Oh, so I think, but I don't think you need imagery to make that stuff interesting, but if you bring that image up again, it's like your music logo, MetaBrainz logo, a little bit of artwork, like the artists, like, but that's my feedback on this whole page, is like, it's still got a lot of text in it. And the features are cool. The feature, I actually like the overview, but like,
There's no UX.
yeah, it just starts with kind of some text and whatnot, but like, I assume we're just gonna work on that, it seemed like an excellent start, but we can make it just a bit flashier, like a bit more exciting. I don't know, but nothing crazy, and like maybe we can think of some more interesting, like wacky left field stuff, because to me this was cool, but I can kind of see a lot of it in my stats anyway. Like if we can do something like, I don't know, we just, something more lively, like you listen to this song and nobody else listened to it. Like this was a crazy song that you found somehow, you crazy guy. Like, I mean, just kind of, I don't know, but I guess
We
it's
had-
more unique.
We had one thing that I thought was interesting is what year are your favorite songs from? I'm taking a screenshot and putting that in the chat now. That was interesting. It sort of tells you if you're listening to new music or old music or older albums.
I didn't quite understand this GitHub thing. Yeah, I get the point of it, but
Is it the listening activity one?
the listening activity.
I quite like it too. And it's one of the only visual elements, and I mean, we've got the graph, we've got that, and then but the rest is lists, which is like, it's fine, it's interesting, but it's not like super exciting. I don't want to get rid of the lists. We need the top artists.
One of the feedback I got as far as the playlists being generated, the one that people really enjoyed the most was the tracks that your closest users, similar users to you, listened to that you didn't. Kirsten absolutely loved that. She kept playing that on repeat for a couple of weeks. So that was like that one's coming back.
Yeah, that playlist was great.
Yeah.
For me too.
Feedback on the playlists in general.
It was hard to really understand the differences between the playlists.
Is that a presentation? I mean, like, so top discovery, I mean, they're all clear to me because I make the shit, right? But how do we fix that?
I think some of the details there are pretty fine. Top discoveries is maybe not directly clear because they're not really your top songs, but they're sort of presented like you'd expect your top songs to be. But they're not your top songs, stuff that you've only listened to the first time this year, which might not be the case because maybe you didn't record your history of the.
Okay. So basically we need to brush up on the text presentation and
maybe some of the playlists are just less interesting.
There's a lot less MetaBrainz stuff, like the recordings that you pinned this year, the recordings that you
before
recommend.
we get into that, I would like to actually talk about the playlist some more. So that was Monkey's feedback. Anybody else? Did you guys listen to the playlist that we made for you?
Sorry, I know, I'm really sorry. I already got music to listen to.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
So do we bother doing with them at all?
Oh,
Yeah, there were.
No. Yeah, good. So then, I guess I don't know if they got a tepid response or if they're just hard to understand. I guess what I'm hearing is let's keep them the same and let's make sure that the presentation and explanation of them are polished. But let's not bother making any new ones until it's very clear that people really enjoy them or not enjoy them. Does that seem like a fair assessment?
Could we reduce the number of playlists? Like there are 4 recommended.
That's what,
Yeah.
but I kind of like, I mean, okay, so I don't listen to them, but I like that Listen Brains is a little bit more detailed and that we're a bit more nerdy in that way, that we put in all this cool extra stuff. I think it's maybe a presentation thing where we pick one and then we're quite clear, because it doesn't say share with your friends or anything. But like we have one that's like the main one, and we have all the other cool ones. It's just kind of, and then it's clear. It's like this is the one, and then for the nerds, we have these other ones. That's more for me.
And I think, I personally think we should keep them all because
Yeah.
let's improve them. And I think given that we're talking about compositing better cover art, so maybe the thing to do is not even have the cover art in the column, but just have the composited image at the top.
And even just for one, and then that one's the one you share. You don't have to think about it. And then there's honestly like just the links. We did some more. And those are, and then we pick one clear user action for people who don't want to see a bunch of stuff. Just, you know, so my mum's like, that's my playlist, whereas like we're like, these are digging in. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So basically what I'm hearing is that we have some the data was mostly good. That one top albums, one data needs improving, but we likely have a fix for that. The rest is that we have a bit of a UX review to do on the whole thing.
Extra question, the top recording, do we need a playlist for that? Is that something I should be able to play anyway, and so we can redirect to the page?
Yeah, I think that one is the least compelling one.
I know that, you know, the stats of the best stuff I listen to is one thing, but
Let's replace it.
as I'm listening to that page, I don't want to listen to the stuff that I already listen to the most.
Yeah, so then we'll just put a link at the bottom that says like, hey, you know, by the way, you have your statistics and you can go to the last year and dig deeper.
But this is why we need to know what we want to do. If we want people to share, then that is the playlist that you want to share.
Yes.
That is literally, so like, well, you've listened, you clearly love those songs, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we can share the page, let me be clear. There's a thing that shows you that your most played song of 2021.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which is sort of a playlist in itself.
Oh, okay.
And then we
That's-
duplicate that
already
information
got that
with a
functionality.
separate playlist,
Agree.
your top recordings at the bottom of the page. It seems like it duplicates some stuff, isn't particularly
So
useful.
you could add the share function to the 50 most played.
Yes, which is what we do currently.
Oh, we do? Where's
Yeah,
that?
it's
Where's
the
that?
save as image.
Oh, yeah, okay, hang on, sorry. Generating image.
Yeah, beautiful melody as well.
Okay, so but I can't play this.
Play as in?
Well, you're saying it's a
Yes.
playlist.
Yes, you can. Play button on each thing.
You want a playlist out of it, you are saying?
No, you say your 50 most played songs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I play that?
Hover on one of the listen cards.
And I can hit play, but I can't share this with anyone.
Share as in what?
As in send them this.
Share the playlist.
This list. Well,
So
you
that-
them in the page.
If I want you to play,
One thing that we talked about with that chat yesterday is make sure that each of these little
yeah,
sections
because
can be.
that's what we were talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So if you have a link that instead of being a your music page,
Yeah.
your music / most played song, whatever,
Yeah,
then you'll have basically that little card, which is a playlist in itself.
yeah. So that's exactly, yes, that would do.
Another point I have for hearing music, like it sort of is like just data for me. Like it's not too interesting because Spotify is giving me the same like couple of things are extra in Listen Brains, agreed. But I want some more social aspect to it. Like for example, what me, my followers, and everyone are sharing the kind of listens that we all listen to. I don't see many social aspects to this. So if we are taking any suggestions for what we could do, in that sense, I would like some social stuff over here.
I mean, if you could define them in concrete terms, open ticket list. That kind of leads us into the next question. So now we've critiqued our existing stuff, and we've basically said we're going to get rid of one of the playlists and replace it with a link.
to the stats, which are playable. And we're going to do a sort of a revamp of a lot of the various bits of UX and certainly the text. But by and large, we're keeping things as is. But so should we add new stuff?
Yes,
And what is that?
the map,
Okay.
it's one of our great stats.
Yeah.
It's not
Great.
there.
Do we feel that the heat map was useful? The heat map was pretty, but.
I like that.
I like it.
Fill the space a little bit.
Okay, all right. Let's keep it. Right, what else should go in? So actually it has some social features it's going to define for us. And I mean, these are the songs that everybody, that you and all of your other friends listen to. I don't know.
What do you say?
Making a playlist out of all the songs that you and users similar to you listen to. To me, that feels I don't know, echo chambery.
Not the similar users, but the people I'm following, like kind of like the similarity I had with them.
The thing is, there are not really many people following other people yet. We're not going to get a statistically significant data set out of that. That's too early. So, but if you come up with other ideas, I mean, like I just said, like the user similar to you is one way to do that, but I don't think it's compelling because I gotta know the things I listen to, right? And we all kind of know the things we listen to. So there's not a whole lot of there's not a lot of signal coming out of that.
I'm gonna spend some time brainstorming separately because I think there's a lot of fun stuff we can do. That's not just stats. Me and Akshat were talking about this. I really want to do a reverse. Like I'm accessible. I really want to do if we've got the algorithm to figure out what you love. I really want to do playlists of what you would hate.
I know you mentioned that.
Yeah, and but like stuff like that is we can do more interesting things in here, like just unexpected things because a lot of us we've already got the stats pages. So like your music can be more like the stuff. The icebergify thing's really good. You listen to things, your popularity rating was underground or like earthworm or mole or like
Don't have to.
oh yeah, right. But that's a good example of something that you might that's quite different and
I mean, I personally find here's a list of songs we're convinced that you hate. I think that's funny, right?
Yeah,
Nobody's
yeah.
actually going to listen to that, but that's funny.
well, no, I was saying I'd take that as a challenge.
Yeah, I would listen to it for sure.
But it's not even that. I would listen to it, but I would share it. Or I would look at it and I would know nobody else does it. If I wanted to get that list, I need to sign up. It's
I will brainstorm around that to see if I can. And this is an anti-challenge in a lot of times, right? Because I'm always trying to come up with the perfect matches. But now I have to these all have to suck.
yeah.
Right? So that's
So
a
then,
big
you're
challenge.
sending an email. Was this playlist shit enough for you?
I think that would be fun.
So I
I
think
think we can afford to be funny and.
But other similar, so that's just an example I can't think of, but I think we can just do some, if anyone has a crazy thought, let's jot it down.
hey, Lucifer,
Here's all the
Would
countries
you-
you haven't
would you,
listened to everything from.
collaborative filter.
Why do you hate?
And
Why do
I
you
wonder if
hate,
there's some sort of.
Sorry, I'm unable to hear anything.
Hold on a second. Okay, there's a lot of chatter. Are you guys done? Are you guys want to continue on for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Lucifer, I wonder if we could think about, we do collaborative filtering, which is all about the good stuff. But I don't know, is it an inverse that we can find in this? Where it's like, so these are the songs that are good, where people 180 degrees opposite. This is the pool of all the shit that's crap. That's guaranteed to be crap for a user.
I mean,
Collaborative filtering.
collaborative filtering is.
I'm not sure, but we could try maybe taking the inverse of the listen counts. Maybe one divided by listen count to get a number, or maybe change the listen count to negative, and that should probably result in the most hated tracks.
Oh yeah, we could also take like your hated tracks. And if we had similar tracks, then we could do tracks that are similar to your hated tracks, right? And yeah, that would be worth looking at. So let's Lucifer, you and I, let's brainstorm more opportunities to find things that users hate. I I like the tongue-in-cheek aspect of it. So if we can deliver on something with the reasonable high certainty, then we're good to go. More include it.
I have a suggestion. Instead of showing songs that the people you follow listen to or their best song, we could show the stuff that they recommended or that they pinned.
Yeah.
Not enough data.
specifically. Mhm.
Not enough data.
Shucks.
Any other comments on your music? No. Okay, sounds like we've got plenty of marching orders, but the good thing, there's one other thing we didn't talk about, but the good thing about this is it doesn't seem like we have a lot of work to do. I personally have a lot of work to do from taking the code that was just sort of hanging in various PRs for making playlists and so forth, and resurrecting it and tucking it away in a more sensible place. But that's not a big deal. We informally talked about that we really wanted to actually do your music actually on the first Monday of the year, so like January 3rd or something like that, whatever that day is. So but then we want to have something that's when Spotify drops the year in music, I think we should have a blog post ready to go and a request of Monkey to have the image for year in music, or one of you two, the lead image that we use for year in music, whether that's just changing the number of the year and that's our image. But I'd like to do a blog post that the day that your year in music, whatever the Spotify report is, that drops, we should put a blog post up that says like, you know what, we're purists. We really want to actually do this. When the year's up, and not jump the gun. So we'll see you, and then we'll promise the dates to when we're going to do it, and we'll have these reports ready when the time comes. Maybe we can have a little teaser or something, like have a look at your stats or something like that.
And remind users to import their stuff and how to import their stuff.
That's brilliant
idea.
Brilliant idea.
Actually, I mentioned this to me when after we talked about exactly that, saying this idea of giving a teaser for the people who do have the data. But it's this question of, are we just generating everything twice? Which I'm not sure.
I think but if we include a teaser that is not likely to change, where like 11 months of data, that you would have to significantly, massively alter your listening habits in December to then actually change the result. If we were to tease or something like that, I think that's a doable way of doing it. Lucifer?
Yeah, so about January 3rd, many of us may be on holiday around that, so we should pick a date accordingly.
Yeah, I don't have calendar to hand. When are people back, and when should we do this?
I mean, given that we had everything done by December the 15th last year, anyway. I mean, if we target for having everything done by the week before Christmas, then executing it should just be a matter of running a command.
Because then we have so if we say we're going to drop it on so dropping it on Monday the 2nd is not good. But do we drop it on a Monday? Do we drop it on a Wednesday? I mean, I like the idea. Let's have all the deliverables done to get this done, and then there's going to be a few scripts that need to be run. In my case, that's less than a day's worth of running stuff, so that's not a big deal. Lucifer, do you have a lot of stuff that takes a lot of your time?
No.
So what dates are people thinking would be acceptable? I mean, it's like the 2nd is too close. It's really very unfortunate, but that would be the choicest time to do it.
I wanted to mention that
Is that regarding the right date?
yeah,
Okay.
I feel like the concept of releasing it earlier is fine because when you're going to share it on social media, people are going to get jealous and they're going to want the same stuff. They're going to come to Listen Brains, they're going to register, they're going to import their stuff, wait for a week.
That's related to the teaser.
Yeah,
No.
but I don't really think that we had a huge uptake of users coming.
Not huge.
So I don't really think that that's actually happening, but that's where the teaser should come in, like, and we should link like, hey, remember, we did these reports for you last year, right? If you want one for yourself for this year, please sign up to these other things, like, subscribe, and then we're good to go.
So is that the teaser?
That's the teaser.
The teaser is like, look at what you had last year.
I mean, do we need more than that?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Just making sure.
That's good. I mean, yeah, that's actually the easiest thing to do. So blog post with a new image and a link to the teaser and saying we're curious, we're gonna go have this out on date.
Okay,
Monday,
do we need
20th,
tickets and stuff like that? Sorry, it was.
So yeah, somebody could make a roll of ticket. Perfect, please do. I would propose January 4th, Wednesday.
Yeah, sounds right.
Lucifer? Or
Yes,
actually,
sounds.
the everything happens on a Friday with the music industry now.
Yeah,
Friday the 6th.
which in Spain is a holiday, but in the rest of the English speaking world is not.
Well, that might be a bad thing, because like, there might be too much going on, other stuff, peripheral stuff going on, I don't know, that would be a bank kind of holiday. It's like, if it wants to be lost and emails again, you get what I mean? So,
Okay, so 4th, keep it on the 4th.
yeah.
Anybody have an objection to the 4th? May the 4th be with you.
January the 4th.
January the 4th, and not November the 5th. Any other comments on your music? Otherwise, this topic is done. Fabulous, it's done. If you please put the release date in your unit ticket. And then, does anybody remember when your music, or whatever the Spotify version is, when that drops? I thought it was like towards the end of November or something like that. Mid-November?
First week of December, I think.
First week of December. So then, like last week in November, Monkey, please have an image ready for us. So for the teaser blog post. Okay, this topic is done. Your music, I'm excited. This sounds fun. Now let's move on to mobile apps. So I wanted to put mobile apps on here because Akshat has been working on this also with some other students helping him, and really putting a lot of energy in. And we can see the app changing, improving, but I think the app has a bit of an identity crisis, because what I see are when people leave reviews on the app, and increasingly the tagging functions in the app are kind of suggesting to users that, where there's some people that look at this like, oh, this is mobile Picard. And when they don't get mobile Picard, then they get angry and give it 1 star and like, this is a piece of crap email is what we got, right? So that's not so good. So I think we have a bit of a focus problem, and I think the app is somewhat reflecting Akshat's boundless enthusiasm and wanting to put stuff into the app, right? This is cool, we can do this, we can do that, and there's a whole bunch of things. But I get this impression that the app doesn't do anything excellently, but it does a bunch of things okay, right? So what's our goal here, right? So, and given the fact that the only person that's actually looking at me right now is Akshat, I've got a couple more people. Okay.
I'm looking at the
You
app.
got the app, okay. And the app has always been a bit weird. The app more or less has been a community focused thing, right? It's exactly where BookBrainz came from, and both of them kind of suffer from not having enough attention. And that's also not exactly fair, right? So what do people perceive the application, the strengths and the weaknesses of the application? What do we want it to be? Because now we have tagging, we have listen submission, we have Brainz Player, which is really Spotify Player.
No. We have a local brain. We have a Brainz Player as well now.
Okay.
The Summer of Code project this year.
And what sources does it play?
All your local files.
Local files.
Anything.
And from Spotify.
And from Spotify.
So we have like 2 integrations. One is from Spotify and another is our Brainz Player. which supports any local file on your phone.
Okay, so that's local files.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have a player, we have a tagger, we have an image submitter, we have barcode submitter, and we have searching music rights.
And critique, brand reviews, writing reviews.
We have a PR for it.
There's a button on the screenshot. that said
Right,
critique.
so,
Yeah.
so where do we go from here? We have this giant mishmash of stuff, and we have, it seems like no focus interaction. So it was originally conceived as an app that if I'm a geek and I'm in a record shop, which don't really exist anymore so much, then I can scan barcodes or, look things up. I don't think that ever got very much traction, right? So does it make sense to have that? Then tagging things on mobile,
That seems insane to me, like, was there any like user, not like market research on
No.
because that just seems insane.
well, this
Who
is,
does that?
this is where I'm coming from with Akshat's boundless energy, right? It's, we can do this, let's do it.
Did you
But-
implement
I didn't implement it. I think
But this has been in the app for years. I think.
Right.
It was the original MetaBrainz app was basically a mobile-based tagger.
Oh,
Yeah, which makes sense.
Prior to that, it was just search and look up web, right? It was the many barcodes, right? So, we've never really had the focus. And part of it is, I mean, my fundamental understanding, and when I think about the business perspectives of it, and when a user comes to us and says like, hey, I would like to use your data in a mobile app, right? May I? This is where I tune out. And I just say, yes, you may, right? Go ahead. If you start making millions of bucks, please come back to us and share a couple of bucks with us. But it's just not going to happen, right? Apps, for all intents and purposes, are dead. There are 5 apps or so in the space that are making sort of money. There's like Instagram, Facebook, some Google apps, and so forth. The rest is just sort of a wasteland, right? And a lot of people are really de-emphasizing apps these days and really focusing on more responsive web pages, right? In that particular context, right, the apps are becoming less important. The question for me is like, what value do we bring to an app that somebody would actually really like to use in an app, where we can bring value that makes sense, right? So like music submission is, that could be kind of cool, but if people are mostly listening to Spotify does that and they get submitted to us already. So tagging doesn't really make sense to me, right? Does MusicBrainz lookup make sense to us? Yeah, MusicBrainz lookup makes sense.
Yeah,
and
the listen submitting,
Sorry,
I don't agree with you with the listen submitting. I think there's a good use case.
it could be, right? And Akshat also pointed out that the local file playback, there really aren't many apps that are doing that, right?
Yeah.
But even if you use the Bandcamp app, there's no,
I mean, then you play Bandcamp, right? So why would you play local file playback?
no,
Oh,
so if on my phone, if on my phone I'm listening to something on the Bandcamp app,
Mhm.
there's no way for me to submit that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? But, the only caveat I had there is like, most users use Spotify, that's not even necessary there, but, okay, so we agree that tagging is not really a thing. And I think this is actually the tagging features where we're getting some of the confusion where people actually say, it's like, oh, your mobile card sucks,
Yeah.
right? So any objection to us taking tagging out to avoid that mobile card sucks issue? Simon?
it's going really fast. And like you said that we get like the reviews, we get smashed for having a bad tagger. Are there other taggers out there that do it better than a mobile taggers?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm okay with taking it out because we'd have to spend a lot of time to compete.
Yeah.
In that case, no, we scrapped it. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if maybe we were filling a niche and then it was
I don't think so.
Okay.
So we make the focus of the app, local file playback, listen submission, MusicBrainz lookup, and not much else.
So can I make a bold statement and say?
Cans of worms only, please.
Right, my can of worm is, so I was thinking this only sort of one combination of listen submissions and the screenshot that I saw that said you can submit critique reviews. MusicBrainz lookup So we're kind of looking at like an interface to a mobile friendly version of ListenBrainz, where you can look at metadata and you can review things.
It feels like maybe the lookup should be in ListenBrainz.
Are you saying that this is actually a ListenBrainz app?
Yeah.
Like again, talking about who's the target audience of ListenBrainz versus MusicBrainz.
I mean, the app never got much uptake on the MusicBrainz space. It just didn't, right? And I think part of the idea, at least back in the 2000s, that there's still some record shops, right? But those are really far and few between, and we wish to meet the record shop kind of community.
And then we talk about you have this, and like I go to quite a lot of record shops. I know that might not be, but I think that idea is like it's not quite.
I mean, the thing is, like, there used to be lots of record shops, right? And now that it's just been pushed to the niche, right?
Yeah.
It's only the hardcore people now that go to record shops.
But
Exactly.
also the occasional teenager who thinks it's cool and gets a, like it's definitely.
My main point is no longer mainstream, right? And so then I think Alice got a good observation.
I would agree. I think it would be good to laser focus it on ListenBrainz.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, obviously, it's a ListenBrainz app, but we need to know how to brand it properly. So me and Monkey also had a lot of conversations. Monkey is like, MusicBrainz is already branded. So
But
we
it's
just
the recognition.
So the ListenBrainz branding, right, would be what we do.
I mean, it sounds like ListenBrainz, put the ListenBrainz logo on it, call it ListenBrainz. And this also is a bit of, I mean, the existing app doesn't have much in the way of following. And it has, now it has a fairly number of negative reviews. So what we can simply do is continue to develop a couple more features until we actually say it's like, okay, the app is now becoming more stable. It has a greater focus. And at that point, we say, maybe it's the time when CritiqueBrainz is doing reviews, it's actually part of ListenBrainz, right? At that point, we actually shut down the MusicBrainz app and we rebrand it, and it's the same app. It has a different skin, tagging taken out, reviews more integrated, and just to show the focus on basically being a supporting app for ListenBrainz and then getting ListenBrainz streams in and playing your playlists and so forth.
also, it's great for sharing. I wanted to ask Karthik, back when we were talking about LVUI and stuff. So for sharing, he mentioned the intent. So I think they're more mobile specific. So on mobile, I can easily share my lessons.
Oh.
Yeah, it was in respect to the mobile version of the app, not the mobile version of the interface.
Because I don't think you need to embed any horrificness.
Yeah.
It's just an intent. Where
That's it.
that's sharing.
So the app is a gold mine for ListenBrainz, to be honest. That's how we can avoid anything, and
And Instagram is phone only.
Yeah.
So
This dovetails nicely.
yes.
Yeah, so sharing on ListenBrainz will be really good. Plus, we last year we wanted to have Ear in Music in the app, but we didn't go for it, obviously, because it requires a lot of work. But for me, a ListenBrainz app makes more sense. Obviously, it's branded as MusicBrainz right now, but because everyone would use like a local app, like the app on a mobile for sharing songs, listening to songs, and for submitting also. If I'm listening to songs on Amazon Music, which in India a lot of people do, so I don't get to submit anything. Because Spotify is like you have to pay another subscription for it, but on Amazon Music, it's like you just buy Prime and you get Amazon Music subscription. So it's more easier. So we could improve the submission from the app. So while you have the MusicBrainz app configured, you just play your music on your phone on Amazon Music and it gets submitted to ListenBrainz. And on the app, you get to see your listens, you get to see your yearly music, you get to see all the stats over there. It's perfect.
Yeah. Does the MusicBrainz app with the ListenBrainz integration at the moment listen to now playing intents?
I thought
Yeah,
I think
I think that was the goal, but it's not working for me. version, so there might be some bugs to solve, but I think that was the.
Because this is the Bandcamp plus the Amazon Music
Yeah.
plus the
Yes.
Spotify.
Yeah, because
I use another app that does the same thing.
There's just one or two bugs, but it works.
Whenever you play music, say Android, you're using an Android feature or a bit of code, the media player code.
Yeah.
So you can hook into that and then you get everything free. It doesn't matter where you're playing music from. You can get it anywhere.
So I think we're now deriving a nice focus here. I really quite like that. We also have a iOS app, you informed me.
Yeah.
What I think we should do is, let's not work on the iOS app for a moment, right? Let's do the rebranding of the ListenBrainz app and have ListenBrainz focus on it. And when we get to the point where like, this is dialed, this is now a nice looking app, right? Then we know exactly what we need to do for the iOS app, right? Just like off we go, clone the thing. Simon, Alistair.
So this sounds like we'll move away from the MusicBrainz app, but it could be a good opportunity just in terms of what people search for, to then we can not get rid of the MusicBrainz app, but leave it very specific and quite bare bones. I'm just thinking in terms of people searching for stuff, now they get there, move most of the features, but maybe have the barcode lookup. Just some really clear features that some people might use, leave it on there, but then have a link to the ListenBrainz, do you want to listen? It's just so that we don't.
Not physically correcting your app, is what you're saying.
Well, that's what I think that's the plan for a ListenBrainz app, and then you clear this
I
link.
think Rob was implying that we rename it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, not just renaming it, but literally like, leave that app and take it out of the app store because it has like, largely confusing history behind it.
Oh, so actually make a new one.
And then make a new one.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
the code base obviously behind it is gonna be significantly the same, but as far as users are looking at it, it's like, hey, we should have a new app. right?
Different
And-
app ID.
I am not particularly keen on having a separate MusicBrainz app from the ListenBrainz app, because that means there's two applications that need to be updated.
In terms of, that's why I would keep it very, I just wouldn't want to lose that channel, because we still have MusicBrainz users and there's still a lot of nerds on it, and it can give a pathway.
Not necessarily suggesting to get rid of the MusicBrainz features, but I think, can we keep the MusicBrainz features? Because ListenBrainz is ListenBrainz, but MusicBrainz is obviously just one step away, right? Can we keep that same concept in the app?
But then we get back to splitting the audience, which is like the audience that uses ListenBrainz doesn't really need the browsing the database.
From what I can see is like MusicBrainz app never had enough update to really warrant having a separate app.
Right. I just thought we could pick, and that if we did that, we could really pick.
I think the decision is if the tagger is not as useful, if the search is not helping anyone in particular, other than in terms of ListenBrainz, and if no one is using the barcode scanner on the app, it's just a waste of just having it there.
Yep.
And it's confusing for everyone. So
Well, and another thing is, if we get rid of this stuff, and then all of a sudden it turns out we've got 20,000 people screaming at us, we can always go back and make a minimalist MusicBrainz app.
yeah.
Lucifer?
There's also.
Multiple users have often mentioned that they do use the barcode feature, so I think we should keep that.
Yeah, so, and I think on Discogs a lot of, so that was kind of like, even if it was just the barcode scanner and an app, like that is very clear. You're not going to get many complaints. Like it does a very simple thing. We don't need to worry about it. And like,
Barcode can be metadata, right? If I can scan a barcode and then get the release that comes up and has the same nice presentation as the metadata viewer,
yeah,
that can be compelling, because now I can get the insight into a particular release.
yeah,
That, I can actually, I don't have to open the CD that's in front of me.
yeah.
And all of a sudden I get like, I
that's
can
what
look at the cover art.
That's what Discogs users do in a shop to check the version, and they're obviously they're price checking. They're in the op shop and they're
Yeah.
price checking. But
I think that's a
that's
compelling feature.
and that will be a very specific. We don't do anything else,
Bob just mentioned this 5 months ago, saying I'm not much of an app user, but the only thing I would like to use it for is to scan a barcode in a secondhand music store and see if I already have it in my collection.
So I use a Discogs barcode scanner to add stuff to my collection.
Okay. So I mean, the barcode camera scanning stuff doesn't necessarily have to be branded as MusicBrainz. It is using MusicBrainz data, MusicBrainz technology, but you can just do barcode scan by MusicBrainz, right? Doesn't really matter. So let's keep the search and the barcode stuff. Monkey,
I don't know if it's been said out loud, but one suggestion from Presso was, I think I'd like an app to browse MetaBrainz notifications
Yeah.
and messages.
Currently, we have MetaBrainz blocks on the app. Like,
Notification seems like shoehorning new features in just for the sake of shoehorning features in. I'm not sure I'm interested in receiving notifications that somebody's left an edit note on my edit.
That should be part of the desktop notification setup that we've got. And if user wants to have notifications pushed to them, then just need to allow that. So yeah, I feel that's a bit misplaced. But if this particular use case comes up in the future, once we have a notification system we all want it, let's review it. But for now, I think actually what I'd really like you to do, and you continue to work on this, and thank you for working on this, is to actually have a razor sharp focus. Right. So we should be certain about adding something into the app, and rather than being a gung-ho and just coding it, we should go back and like, does this fit into what we're doing? Because what we really like to do is maintain a high level of quality for all of our products. Right. And right now the app isn't quite hitting that, and it's not because you're a shitty burger or anything like that. It's just that the app's all over the place and the expectations are mismatched, right? If people are expecting more Picard, it's not fucking Picard, right? That's just
The whole concept of that's I just can't get my head around it.
yeah, it just no,
It's insane.
Dennis?
Sorry, it's interesting, right? Though, if you think, and this is again where like the thing about the audit, I don't get it. But if you're a user who only has a phone, as they do in a huge percent of population around the globe, perhaps it makes more sense.
I'm not saying that like, there isn't a very small number of people for which it makes sense.
That's not a
It's
small-
very general.
That's like most of the
I'd say
world's
that.
population has a phone.
I had a suggestion that we should even
Like-
rename the app, because like I like the name Picard. Like that's
Well, Picard has a brand, and on the internet, like you see it so often, just on random pages you go to, people just see use Picard.
Yeah.
So
But
that
it'll
has
be-
a brand
Yeah,
recognition. So
it'll be
But
really-
like if we were going to do tagging, I would expect to see the Picard logo on front and center for tagging up,
yes.
right? And it should implement at least a subset of Picard and carry forward the methodology.
It feels like a huge amount of technical work.
Oh yeah.
We're not really.
Yeah, and
up for.
it's not, I mean, quite frankly, I'm amazed that Picard is as popular as it is. I expected it to be dead by now, right? And in the age of streaming, a tag or what place do we have, right? But the fact that, it still enjoys this reputation, and that we've got two people that are still putting a lot of energy in and making absolutely killer app, and I love seeing Picard logo on my taskbar and my machine. That's freaking great, right? I'm very happy that we're there. And, Picard was like between Picard and Last FM, we didn't have those, MusicBrainz wouldn't exist, wouldn't be sitting here, right?
Yeah. So there's a sort of like a little community that seems to be growing greater and greater. The term that they generally use for it is data hoarding, and it's about basically because everything has become so transient on the internet. People actually go to great lengths to just archive stuff. I mean, that's
And some
community
people
that it
scrape
serves.
MusicBrainz.
Yes, yeah.
Right? And we just block with like, oh, fuck you, come on, go away.
Yeah,
Why are you
yeah.
scraping MusicBrainz?
Well, because they're picking the wrong side. But, yeah. But
Well, like, it's a deal that
but it's people that really want to have physical files, and because they hate the idea that like, if your subscription ends, then suddenly you don't have it anymore. And it's growing.
I'm with them. Right.
Yes.
And that's sort of also the funk whale side of things, right? There are more people creating more of these home streaming sites, right? And that's just darkness as well. So that becomes a
This is jellyfin.
I posted another one, right? There's a whole class of these. And they're also realizing, oh man, we kind of want some recommendations, some radio features and so forth. Yeah. These things are not easy to do. And this is why we have, the Funko community haltingly coming back to us, asking some things. And now we're finding that the Troy issue was really born about, people trying to use Troy as a library and currently sucking. So, but Lucifer and I just spent a day hacking on that and removed those roadblocks, and then people can use Troy. But Troy's also starting to pick up its own character, which makes me happy. So,
Also, we should have recommendations on the app because that'd be pretty cool because we have like a local player, people are on their phones.
So if you have playlists, you have recommendations,
Yeah,
right? Because
Yeah.
when we deliver recommendations as playlists,
yeah.
I would absolutely love to wake up in the morning and open the MetaBrainz app and press play and have it come out the speakers in my flat. And as I'm roaming throughout the house and I'm drinking my coffee.
With music that you hate.
But again, like,
Excellent timing. Very, very good. Very, very good.
we can only have one app, that's for sure. Like, we can't like have two apps on the Play Store, and the current app already has around 15,000 downloads. It's getting ranked on Play Store, it has things, that's good. So we can't add another app, maintain it, and just keep things in the trial because you need to keep on updating the apps, otherwise
That's a lot of work.
otherwise Play Store will just remove them. We can't just say we'll clone it and make publish and MetaBrainz app and forget about the MusicBrainz app. We can't do that. There's only going to be one app.
Yep.
And if we rename it and rebrand it to ListenBrainz, then MusicBrainz doesn't have a mobile app. And
Can we do SEO on that? And
Probably, so certainly keep publisher as MetaBrainz, of course.
and also put it in the description so that if you search on MusicBrainz, it comes up.
Yeah, if you put it in the description or something like that.
yeah, that'll work. That will
Would
work.
that get rid of the bad reviews? Because they do have a big impact on.
Yes, because if we're by creating a separate app and saying, we have a new app and this old app is discontinued.
No, we won't be doing. We can't do that.
Why not?
We can, but yeah, we can.
So basically, it's kind of like copying the code base, correct me if I'm wrong. Copying the code base,
that's
like
exactly
stripping
right.
stuff out
Yeah, and then
and then changing the name.
Yeah.
the
Not
branding.
changing the name, like he wants to publish a new app on the Play
Yeah,
Store.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So,
that's what was that?
because one of the main reasons I would say for doing that is because you want to start fresh, because you've got a legacy of bad reviews, and that
Yes.
has a big impact.
Yes.
And Google aren't going to let you go, oh, we've changed the name, and like, oh, can we get rid of the bad reviews? It's not going to happen. So,
Why do I see no reviews when I go to MetaBrainz?
For me, it shows 5 out of 5 in India. So the reviews are country based.
Do you read
okay.
support emails?
Yeah, I did do.
Oh, no, wait, I get email from them.
Yeah,
I
you
guess
will
it's like
forward me.
Android app gets email for that,
Mhm.
right? But they're usually, I mean, the most positive review I've seen as of late was one that said like, the tagging and this and that, it's kind of shitty, but I believe in MetaBrainz. MetaBrainz.
so backhanded compliment.
Yeah, right? So it's like, 3 stars, but you guys could make it 5, right?
Yeah.
So generally the reviews aren't good because I think the app is modeled and the expectations are normal.
I think what we could do is if you want to keep the same app and get rid of the reviews, rebrand it, remove the tagging, and then just report it to Google that it's a.
Let's just make it enough. Just do
It
it.
won't happen. Trust me, it won't happen.
It's Google will just fight us, and I don't really like fighting the Google scripts because there's no humans at the end of this, right? It's just nonsense. Outer?
Really quick question. Android app was written in what?
Kotlin.
And iOS app was written in
Swift.
Right. Which is good. What do people think about that?
Porting it to Haskell?
Yes. So these app builder like React Native, which is like write your app in React and then you put a shell around it, which means that you get the same app.
I don't know enough about it,
That's
but I wonder whether doing things like pulling the music, what you're playing,
Native integration.
Yeah, native
because that's
integration.
probably the weakness of those things.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Will work.
But-
It requires those integrations to be made anyway, in which case you're writing
So,
more native code.
I think
in which case,
it's something that would be great if you could do it. It's like you need to do a bit of feasibility study almost.
I'm just thinking about this comment of, well, let's just not worry too much about the iOS one until we really get the Android one going, which is fine. But
It would be great to have it on both.
to have one code base, which is basically make the platform specific tweaks, but the main implementation is.
Is the world yet to the point where you can actually have one code base and have two good apps as opposed to having two bad apps?
See that good, now you've asked the
That's always a killer, right?
For me personally,
Right?
Personally-
Even electron apps, which in my opinion are kind of delivering on that, are still kind of shitty.
Absolutely, and so we're probably going in the right direction to have the two separate platforms,
Yeah, I think-
but it just means we need developers to work with them.
Yeah, you just need to have a razor sharp focus to define an app that actually represents us, right? And when that gets uptake and people are like, wow, this app's cool, I'm enjoying using this, and I found this use case to be useful and so forth. Once we're at that point, then let's bring it to iOS, because then we also know, like, future parity onward.
to be honest, like I'm so comfortable with both the sites and Kotlin and stuff. Like it feels very natural to me to work on two apps. Like it's very easy to get both the things done,
Yeah.
and it is
Razor-
native. So
My challenge to you is a razor sharp focus. Do one thing and do it well.
Yeah.
Right? It's something that open source oftentimes suffers from, and it differentiates the really good stuff from the bad stuff. Right? So razor sharp focus, and if you'd like some help maintaining that razor sharp focus, totally willing to be sounding board for you and just sort of like help you move in the right direction.
the thing is, I got an iPhone now, so I don't have an Android phone. So for me personally,
I'm sure that.
no, I do have one. But
I mean, if you'd like me to buy an Android.
no, I do have two phones, but I use an iPhone.
You're
So
just less excited, but
I mean, the thing is, how many iPhones do we have in the room? Monkey? iPhones? No? One iPhone.
We're not representative though. In the
Well,
Western world, I think.
I don't know, I mean, maybe this is another question here, right? For what if we're asking users to listen brains and force them to help them, like, you know, what's in your pocket, right? And that could sort of inform this decision, but my feeling is that more open source people tend towards Android and, you know, other people more towards iOS, so.
but if we're, okay, so that's, because we said like razor sharp focus, which I think is really important for an app. And we've identified that, but like, if we're making it a listen brains app, like our target isn't really open source anymore, because like when you share your collage, nothing screams open source about that.
Correct.
Like the pathway isn't open. And this is why, like, if we only do one app and it's listen brains, I wouldn't do the barcode scanner. That sends you to music brains. Like, I just don't, you know,
No,
I think
we
just
don't
find
have
a
to
way.
send it to music brands. I mean, we can just skim that and as
but
not being
we're
listen
saying
brands.
it's useful in
As
a
far as
music shop.
as far as the concept of, you know, is it Android first and then iOS? Given that we're really trying to bootstrap people and we're really talking to our community, I kind of believe that our community is more Android. We are more Android.
Yeah.
And given the fact that, you know, it's gonna take us a year to get some serious bootstrapping of the music of the Music Brands community with more users. And then by the time we have a sharp focus on the app, then I think the time is gonna be right for iOS to come.
And also, you can spend time iteratively developing Android, adding X and seeing, oh, that doesn't work, so we go for a different, and then once all of that, you've got to a point where you've got a lot of knowledge about what works, what doesn't, then you can create an iOS app without a load of fuckery.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right? Because now you have very clear marching orders as to what you need. If you're writing two apps in parallel, then you're iterating on both. And that's
Doubling your effort, if not more.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's wrap up this topic. This also is exciting. This is one of those things about the summit, it's like we can open up a hairy can of worms, and by the end of the conversation, we'll have something that I feel good about. I feel like we now have focus. So we're being so constructive, everyone. We have only breakouts left. And we have now 2 hours left, so that should be entirely doable. Let's see if we can get breakouts be an hour long, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, the Prometheus discussion won't go that long, but the UX roadmap for MetaBrainz, I'm sure could use all that time. So, and then after, I don't know, let's say at 6:30, we should come back together and to possibly pick up last questions and notes and whatnot and closing the session. So for now, let's have a 10-minute break and then we'll resume breakout sessions at 5 minutes after the hour. Well, I got it, but in the end. Okay, thank you.
You do that, I'm just wondering, this is like, to me, it's like what we're talking about, sending notifications from MetaBrainz. I mean, it's artist friends, but this really is sort of, this is
Okay.
starting a breakout session for MetaBrainz UX here. And the Prometheus discussion is going to go next door. And Lucifer, if you want to join us for that, then we can basically get a Zoom session going on over there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Happy discussing. We'll come back here in an hour and 20 minutes, so about 6:30. Cool. Guys?
What's happening? Break up. Break it in. Usually going to live discussion. Prometheus, stats, metrics.
Who proposed this?
Simon?
I don't think I've ever seen you talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
So like,
No, it's, you did it.
oh, I did.
Who was, what's the
Right.
I mean, I could also read it. Wait, I would want to make some points on
Yeah,
this.
okay, yeah, I think this, well, I want to talk, I'm glad it's there. I'm glad it's there.
So based on this, if you can see the whole thing. So first step is design.
People don't cannot see this.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, the first step for the UI UX was getting the design system. We have done a lot of work on this already. The packages are there. We should be able to add Bootstrap 5 there is currently, and we did do that in a lot of PRs. So I think it's merged in the branch as well. And the components need to keep coming in. Where did we reach? I think it's always going to be in the branch, right? Like until unless we revamp the whole thing, we are not going to make a production release anyway. It's not that.
Yeah, I mean, like what you worked on is currently merged to the branch.
Mhm.
And I think the problem was, well, we didn't have someone to continue working on it because you were no longer going to be working for MetaBrainz. So that left us with the responsibility of dealing with pull requests, and we basically lack a roadmap for how to complete the pull request.
So when do you want to make a release? Like for example, some of the components have been added and they are in that pull request. So are we in a position where we can make a beta release of those?
I would personally like to, well, deploy on test.musicbrainz.org
Okay.
for a little longer and get more feedback from Simon about it.
So we're talking about the home screen.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
one
there's a home
page.
screen, for example. And secondly, me and Simon have worked out a workflow currently. So he is going to be making mainly the designs on Figma or Adobe XD or something. XD is that? I don't know. Most probably. So he's going to be making the UI components on Figma, and the developer has to decide whether the component should be in design system or it should be in the MetaBrainz project directly. It depends on the discussion whether it should be a shareable component or something like that. Yeah. So based on the Figma design, after a discussion on the design system, the component made, and then a release has to be done. How do you want to do the release? Like
You mean a release of
on the design system? Yeah.
Right now,
So, can we take a concrete example of this?
So for example, the nav bar is there.
The
Nav bar
Nav
or
bar.
the footer or whatever. So I got the Figma for it. Yeah, Figma the design, the UI, and I made that. But I also have to write callback actions because if we make the component in the design system and we want some user interaction in MusicBrainz, there needs to be a callback function for that component.
You speak about releasing the design system.
Yeah, over it. Wait, currently we are here. So the component is made. So for example, on clicking the footer,
Okay.
or like I need to show a dialogue basically,
Sure.
but that dialogue needs to be shown on MusicBrainz.
Mhm.
So I need to get a callback function from that component
Mhm.
because in MusicBrainz I only have the component. I'll give it some props and it's just displayed. But addressing any action which is present on that footer, for example, I'll have to get a callback function for it. So basically, the component made in a design system may be highly generalized.
So which component do we have in the design system?
Currently, we don't. The PRs which I made, the PRs which I made in MusicBrainz currently, they don't use any component from the design system.
Right.
Yeah, but the future is that, right? For example, Monkey is also keen on updating the footers and headers on all the websites.
Ideally, in the future, we can
Yeah.
support.
So just it's we are talking about MusicBrainz server repository or design system repository.
MusicBrainz server also, if you
So
want.
it's releasing MusicBrainz server.
We would
No,
have
no, no.
design system as a dependency in MusicBrainz server, and then import components from the design system.
Okay, so there is a list of components being already implemented in the design system.
Currently, they are not. Currently, there are no components in the design system which are imported.
Which are imported, but in the design system it exists. Just
Currently, they don't, but they should.
we don't. I understand what you think. Just say we have to define the component in the design system. You did that already, but it's not implemented in MusicBrainz server. Is it?
I think it's the other way around. We have components implemented for the homepage, but they're not in the design system yet.
Yeah.
They haven't been centralized.
Yeah.
We
Just
just
kind of
we looked
Yeah.
at it.
proof of concept.
No, they are on.
Yeah, but proof of concept.
But
they're
I
centralized.
have less attitude than before.
I mean, it's good, but what we realized was, like after talking to Monkey, also a lot of components, they need to be in the design system. Even though we have those in the PRs, currently you can just use them if you want, but it depends if you are being general in the. So my idea of talking about this is the workflow of future. Because Simon has come in, he wasn't there last year. So he could do the job of getting the design corrected and discussed on the forums. So he can do the job of analyzing how the design for the page should be, and he can do the talk on the forums. So by this step, you have a finalized design. There aren't going to be more changes to it. The developer just needs to add it. But the decision of whether to add it in the standalone project or the design system, whether to add it here or whether to add it there, this second step needs to be done. Like you need to decide whether it should be in the design system or in the standalone project.
Yeah, but that depends on what the purpose of the component is.
Yeah.
and how it's used in
Yeah,
other projects.
Yeah.
So for example, the nav bar will be in the standalone
In the design system, but
because it's used by other projects.
see no. For example, we want like there is a homepage component, right, which is used in MusicBrainz, but it has like a nav bar, a footer, and maybe like a sidebar also. So this 1, 2, 3, they will be in the design system. These 1, 2, 3 components will be in the design system, and this home bar component will be in the standalone project. Make sense?
Yeah. Because this other components can be used by
Artists. Yeah. So to get there, so first we need to discuss if should there be a split or not. Because for example, like if the sidebar is highly specific to MusicBrainz, that is gonna have these kind of fields, these kind of things are gonna be there, which are not too useful for other projects, then it's better to have them in the standalone project itself.
I think that makes more sense because
Yeah.
otherwise whenever
Yeah.
we want to update MusicBrainz server, we'd have to do a new release
Yeah,
of the design
yeah,
system.
yeah.
That's convenient.
So to be honest, everything in the standalone project is better, but someone is going to have to make the decision because these components need to be generalized. Like you'll have to submit a lot of props or something to them. So this decision needs to happen on what all things go, and the main component in the standalone project has to be added. So if these 3 components are added here, a release needs to be done of the design system. That needs to be added to the project, and then this page is made. Make sense? So in the PRs for MusicBrainz, the PR will be of the whole component, right? So the PR, so you only have to review per feature, per page, or per,
Have you guys seen this? I don't know if this is helpful,
yeah.
but this is the workflow that Artfit's saying, right? I can link Figma directly into, where someone makes the code, and these are the components, and it's a pretty complete, at least from my end, this is quite useful. I still don't know if I've got time to design every component, and that's where we I mean, you're saying that that's what's going to happen, it's probably not.
Yeah.
But this is kind of, and then you can pull even. The other question I have is if one's for MusicBrainz and one's for listener, even color changes, can we automate that changing, or would it have to, so there might still be some but even then at least it's all together, and you can say this is the LV version, this is the MB version.
We can have actions on the storybook, which
okay.
can define the schema for the buttons and all.
So we can tweak it.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
tweak it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that needs some extra work. For pages, see, MusicBrainz is very specific in nature. The ListenBrainz is not specific. They just experiment most of the times.
Yeah.
But if you are going to make a homepage change, obviously you have discussed about it 300 times already. So there's not going to be too much change in the design or anything. So you won't need a lot of actions to check and prove it. So it's better to wait and add the components one by one. See, there are 2 ways. For example, I don't know if this page is going to be fine or not. So last year, what I did personally was I made another project and I had that home page over there. That's what I did because I had nothing. I didn't know anything, what to do, how to do, and what not. But with Simon there, this is fixed. So before a developer even starts, you know what is in the design system, what is in this. So the PRs can be reviewed one by one for the components or however you want it. And then in MusicBrainz, there is only going to be one feature. There is only going to be either feature, page, or anything big. It's not going to be caring about some button tweaks or some sidebar tweaks. So
you're saying reviewing will be much easier.
it'll be cleaner.
Yeah.
On MusicBrainz side.
You're feedbacking on the whole element rather than
Yeah.
here's a code to tweak this button.
Yeah.
We're now submitting and
Yeah.
Right.
So any code, any button tweaking or any small stuff, they should happen already in the design system. Only the bigger PRs. So any feature or page should be wrapped around in maybe 2 or 3 PRs in the standalone project, rather than keeping it a lengthy process, because you guys already have a lot of time work dedicated to other stuff. So I think it'll be more cleaner. I think Monkey should be involved in the design system PRs. Like that will ease up things. I think Simon is already he's already going to give you the perfect design. An assumption for music brains because music brains is highly specific. You might have to take a lot of time for listen brains because you don't have enough data, you don't know the community maybe.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, music frames, I think, is going to be much harder, but that's because it's because I'm going to have to ask for feedback for a lot of stuff. But you know, we can.
Cool. So for the developer, it's pretty simple though now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Any other question? How to so work on the design system? What was your question? How to continue this work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those aspects. Okay. One thing new which we discussed just day before yesterday was to stick to React Bootstrap. Bootstrap for the components. But currently the PRs which I made last year, they were all in just Bootstrap. So,
Well,
given
you
the
wanted
fact
to
that
know to avoid the dependency between the change,
I think it
it's
makes,
not the same. Yeah. So
I think it makes sense to use React Bootstrap for shared components. Components that will be shared with ListenBrainz or BookBrainz because they already use it a lot, and that'll probably make development easier for us. But it doesn't force us to have to use it for every component.
for custom components, for example, we have a
Yeah.
relationship with
Yeah.
so we use it. Yeah. It's fine.
coming back to the point, the last year's PRs were all in Bootstrap. And given the fact that they are not released yet, it makes sense to wait a while and get them all in React Bootstrap as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So we are anyway have to gonna wait, and I think Monkey and Simon also need to define what all these shared components are in general. Like the design system needs to focus what all are the shared components so that there are no blockers. So the first step has to be the system needs to be specific, and at least it needs to have a list of the things which are being shared.
So as far as that, I mean, I'm getting a bit lost as to what's like too technical for me and what isn't, but that seems not too tricky for me, where like, I'm just like, okay, the header and the footer, but right now that's pretty like easy. And then it's when I do a whole page mock-up, and then it's maybe up to me and a dev to check which, like this is breaking it up into components, right?
I'll give more examples of what are shared components are. The notification features, how the notification is going to look like. So for the difference between every page would be maybe like over here you have a branding of MusicBrainz or something. The modals are going to be simpler because we are using a lot of review modals even in MusicBrainz, even in ListenBrainz now. To add a review, that modal should be the same. Makes sense, right? So a review modal over here, a notification drop down should be here, and the sidebar. There can be various variations of sidebars that also need to be defined. So what I can do in general is, even if I'm not working full time on anything, I can keep on working on these components in general. Like,
It's easier to read with green. It's going problem.
Yeah, I held up the camera.
You can just stand on one side.
Yeah, I held up the camera before, and I looked at the screen. I was like, this isn't. Like, okay.
so basically, the design system doesn't concern any of the projects. For you guys, maybe like for the MusicBrainz team, it doesn't concern too much. It's more of the developer who wants to work on that. So he got assigned that he needs to make this page. Simon has the thing that developer has to discuss with the teams. See, I'm going to make this page. Simon is given this design. What all should be shared? Maybe that should come from yours and Monkey side itself. That keep this in the design system and keep this in the page.
Like we decide that.
Yeah, the designer decides what should be shared.
And if the developer thinks it's stupid, they can always say,
Yeah.
right, so I guess that makes it easier. Just feedback.
So it's just one thing if the shared components is evolving.
Yeah.
Then we have to think the
Yeah.
same components in the project. So
Yeah.
if we do that, we have to document it directly in the components, probably on both sides to say if you change something, you have to change the mirror things.
Rather than documenting it at both the sides, we should keep on linking, like, like link that if you have any feedback for the modals or anything.
Or we can have a nomenclature with every shared component being prefixed with
Okay.
DS or
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes sense.
So from coming back to the question of the PRs for last year, it's better to wait, I think. Although I would want my work to be merged already, but it's better to wait and actually work on piece by piece things. So Simon has been given a lot of designs already. A lot of his designs are already proof. And like, for example, I think he worked on the artist page. So if you guys want to work on the artist page, have the design system. And yeah, with every release, like the projects have to depend on the release of the design system. So,
Man, I was, yeah, sorry?
Yeah.
I mean, so this is maybe a different discussion,
Yeah.
because I haven't really talked to anyone about, I don't even know, I just started doing it because I wanted to look at a redesign. So I'm not too clear, like, do people have time to do it? Do we want to do it? Are we like, when can we do it page by page?
Yeah.
What's the,
I really think we should focus on the homepage first and just test out the roadmap.
header, footer, homepage,
Yeah.
kind of, is that what you're thinking?
coming back to my point, if I have the designs for components on the design system, it's a more open source in nature. For me, like it's just like a general component. It has nothing to do with the pages. I can work on it. It's just for like it doesn't have to concern me too much. If I have the design there, like it's just a component, right? In the design
system.
So I don't need to. So the question of how we're going to change everything doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me, right?
Start working on the stuff.
You give me a UI that this is how it's going to look like and it has to be over here. I can just add it, make a pull request if you guys want to review it, or I can help with the reviews as well. Not too technical. This stuff is very easy. It's just that it needs to come from Simon or Monkey that this is there, this is not. And this is the part where a dedicated person needs to work on, piecing everything together. So currently we have 2 or 3 features merged. It'll be easier to move them to a single PR where the pages are. That's it from my side.
Okay, so it was about the roadmap, so we are going to it, which order.
Yeah.
So homepage first, Ferris suggesting the artist page, but I don't know how complex it is, because there are probably loads of
And the other thing is, so because I just started doing the design, some of it's new, it's not really a redesign. I mean, it is, but like it changes how the page works fundamentally. It'd be cool. I mean, maybe we can just sit down and have a look at some of the stuff. Like I want collapsible parts and rearrange them. This is like what I did. I put in my wish list, like literally like everything I thought would be cool. I put in. No developers ever look. It makes me nervous. So I'm like, nice. Is everyone have a lot? No one looks like, that's cool. Just what we need.
I did not give a lot of feedback for the.
So
that were on the page, for example, I did a lot when Chabi was.
And I read. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And but I appreciate the work. We can see, even if we don't see feedback, that it's building to something solid with rational, and it's not just random choices. So it's very a good process.
Good. I'm glad.
You're not doing
There's been lots of we'll sign up on features. And I'm like, oh, it's a lot of calls. There's like a lot of API calls, you know. Like,
so I don't want to be pessimistic or but we just to share our experience. When I joined the team, we started after a few months transitioning the code base for the display of the website from template toolkit to React.
Yeah.
And we were like hyper optimistic, and we had a lot of other features to do at the same time. And it was 5 years at least.
I mean, we haven't been like hyper focused on that to be.
No. But there were a lot of things that
is
were requiring that to be implemented.
yeah.
So, and I know there's a lot of frustration in the community as well with that, because the UI is not changing as quickly as expected.
I mean, to be fair,
We are going to be at a better point now, because we mostly have editing parts to be changed to React, but that's maybe explained as well why you didn't have the impression of moving on very quickly. We've been still on more low-level.
Basically, they have been refactoring.
Oh, yeah. I'll reply, but maybe Rhea had something that was related. Yeah. You want to say those?
I was thinking that, to be fair, most of the like non-editing UI is all converted already. So if we are specifically looking at playing with the display pages, that's certainly something we can consider already. Just like, I mean, I would prefer to, like focus quite a bit on finishing what's left of React. But for example, the release editor is probably a one-person project. I mean, like, I don't think it's going to be easier if we all try to do it at the same time. So the rest of us are going to have some time to play with stuff if we want to. We can always try to play with front page improvements or one specific entity, like redesign or things like that. So I don't think it's like it has to wait until all is done. But at least to start working on it anyway.
No, it was not the point. But for the artist page you suggested as well, I think the idea of Simon needs to integrate components from the design system incrementally. So we see if the first, for the homepage, for example, we have the 1, 2, 3, the footer and the header at least.
Yeah.
And see if it works correctly, and then more complex page will be more simpler to address, because we already
So one of the things with the redesign is like I've kind of been doing quite fundamental redesigns that change how kind of the whole page works. So it's a little bit different, just making like the elements look a bit nicer. So like it's hard, you can't really swap out one thing at a time. But that, I mean, we can work it out, but what I'm hearing is really good, because it sounds like you guys are keen, which I was never clear about. You know, everyone's busy. You know, everyone's busy, and I just kind of start doing something. And but the other thing is, I knew that with the community and MetaBrainz, like, I mean, I've only been doing the artist page slowly, like this, I don't know how many months, but like it's kind of, there's not really that much pressure for you guys, because honestly, I want to keep going. It's pretty slow. And then we can start maybe doing some easy changes. And like nudge me if you've got time, and we can just bust them out. But the big redesigns I'm working on, they are like getting a bit deeper, you know, than like just a new box for like this element or new buttons. We can start with that maybe.
I would like to.
Yeah, just here we're saying that he will rather change the artist page rather than the instrument or label page, which are simpler. Because it's what we do for simpler page, like not for axis page, they don't get.
Yeah, so just like I was just thinking that basically, like, I mean, we certainly should work on the homepage first and make sure that works fine. I mean, because that includes footer and header and all the shared components anyway. But yeah, like for example, it's kind of tempting to be like, let's do an easy thing like work after that, or like instrument or something. But I'm afraid that we might end up otherwise with something like, oh, it worked fine for instrument, but then it doesn't work at all for like artists because there's so many other things that need to use that space. So like that's why it's actually pretty cool that artist is like one of the first that we're looking at.
By simpler page, I was thinking about other pages than quantity page. We have probably data profile, statistics. We have loads of
Even the search page will be easy.
lot of pages which are much easier than quantity pages.
Oh, yeah, but I think we can do both, right? Like, because I want to, so that's why I did, yeah, because the mock-up is one thing, so I want to mock up the complex pages, like, and that's kind of why I did start with artists, and then if the mock-up works, I guess I don't see why we wouldn't then start, like, I think then the page will work, we can test the elements in a simple page, so that's where the devs come in, maybe you guys get the simpler stuff, but I need to see the really complex stuff to make it work in my head. I can't, so I think that's what you're saying, Rio, is that's what we have to do. It's what I have to do anyway. Otherwise, I've got to do it all. I've got to do all the work up front. Otherwise, it's confusing.
Let's try to follow Simon on the workflow and accompany you and make something that makes sense for.
I would like to add to this.
So it's a homepage first.
Peter,
wanted to add something.
No. See, I tell you what. So what I'm understanding is that first Simon needs to know what page needs to be redesigned. Like if you have a list of the priorities, I think you should discuss maybe Rio and Bridman and Yuan what page they think needs to be revamped. And then if like we are on the home page, so basically Simon will develop the whole. So this is the Figma link. This is your laptop. This is the Figma link. This is the home page. So he divided this into maybe 4 parts where it's like maybe this is the search page or something like. He divided like it into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in the Figma link, you can comment. Like a lot of people can comment that I think this component should be this way, this type should be that way. So in this scenario with the Figma link, you are getting the feedback as well. So people can quickly give you the feedback and you can finalize it. So once this is finalized, I would assume that it would be your responsibility to tell everyone what all need to go here, what will go here, what will go directly to the project. Right. So once you have defined that, maybe make a ticket or something. Yeah, it'll be better for you if you can just make a ticket for 2 people that, hey, add this part. You can link the part and be like, please add it to the design system. So our main pull request will be made, PR, which will have 4 things. So like you can keep a checkbox of what all components are added. So one by one you can do. So if these 2 components are added, then the 3rd component will be worked on because it requires these 2 in the project. So that way you can work on the final thing. Once it's all checked, it goes on test.mb, and once that's done, yeah, I think that works.
So, do we have a list of pages or components maybe that we can work on to try to make a roadmap? But maybe it's too early to make a roadmap. Maybe we have to list what has to be done in the dependencies.
So Are we trying to make a roadmap only of UX work, or are we trying to make a roadmap of MusicBrainz work? I mean, does like React conversion, finishing, and things like that fit into this roadmap, or is this just like specifically for this?
Specifically for MusicBrainz.
I mean, yes, I mean, I get it for MusicBrainz, but is it only for MusicBrainz redesign? Or is it like, are we trying to have a roadmap of like, you know, the developers are going to work on these things? I mean, are we updating our priorities that we had someone on a wiki page, like, you know, like finishing schema changes, things like that? Or is this just specifically about design?
Just MusicBrainz UX, not the rest. Yeah. It's MusicBrainz UI and UX roadmap.
Sure. I mean, I'm just thinking that we have to figure out then how that roadmap fits into our bigger roadmap.
Yeah, but we don't have anything about UI UX. It's in development. It's for existing features. But that's true that we will have to discuss later on probably on the new features we are working on, and that might require your input as a designer for UI and UX. Good points.
New features.
But I think the topic here is just about the existing features.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just thinking like, you know, we don't know when we're going to be ready to work on like redesign stuff versus other things. So that's what we need to figure out as well. Like, where does this fit? Does this roadmap's work start tomorrow? Does it start in 6 months? Like, how does that work?
I think this works in general as well, because if you're adding a new feature also, Simon is going to give you the design. And
So but you're talking about this is a process. Whereas I'm talking about a roadmap, right?
yeah.
So the process works, but then it's like how does people time get allocated? So like the use list and then
You're playing back on Wednesday.
yes.
So maybe it starts next week, because he needs time to get better after the jet lag.
Well, I'm always ready to work on this stuff because it doesn't concern me for making the pages, so I can always help with the design system part because it's just going to be components. So just wanted to say that.
I was thinking for the React connection, we did a list of pages and components to be converted. Not a page, but we have tickets for each major component. So approximately
More or less.
Yeah, more or less. If you look at the React conversion tickets, you will see more or less what are the components and pages of the UI of MusicBrainz. And so you can figure the dependencies and maybe things which are standalone, you can work more easily to start with.
Yeah, okay, so it's React conversions. Okay, this is just I'll take a bit further.
Like actually, if we want to do this, then I would suggest that we should spend some time making tickets for all the React bits we are still having to convert.
Yeah,
I think that would be helpful for us to get an idea of what's missing and for Simon to get an idea of the components at the same time. So it might actually be easy.
or you will find it easy. Yes. It's top level tickets. All other tickets are sub tickets.
Yeah, and I guess and the other thing is right. It was like starting each week. It's like I guess it's so flat that it was weird to me not have to sign anything off because I've like mocked up this design for the artist page. There's a bit more to go with like thinking about how it's going to look in ListenBrainz. Then like if we're sharing these components, it's a really different look. I'm gonna sit down with Monkey, so there's still like some bigger decisions. So like I doubt we could really start any time soon, even just with the components, because it's like, is everything going to look like ListenBrainz? Is everything going to look like my MusicBrainz mockup? Like what are we? So there's a few big questions that have never been never been addressed. So
Okay.
even from my end, there's a bit more work to get done before it is. But like header and footer, you know, it should look the same everywhere, and like you know, it's not that complicated.
So you expect a lot more feedback from us on the current work you opened, I guess.
I'd like more feedback, but I guess no feedback is good feedback, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. So that's fine if I know it. But like, I guess
No, but yeah.
yeah. Generally speaking, it would be good to see what works, what doesn't work, and definitely have a look at what is what fits in the scope of what we're doing. You know, some of that stuff might be out of scope. Sortable tables, you know, what's in the columns, certain tabs that I've done that like have API calls. It will be pretty good to say, okay, well, no, we can't do that. And other things, you can be like, okay, we can sneak that in with the redesign. And that's not really this is the big, the big picture components, whatever, but they kind of tie together, right? Because I can't do I need to look at the whole page mock-up, and if it's taking a whole chunk out, it kind of changes it, but it'll be good to get, not a big review, but just have a little look, and then I can show you, put the link.
Do you want to have like weekly meeting or something like that?
Yeah.
It can be difficult because we are all three. We cannot get all four. We cannot get at the same time.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not.
I don't think it has to be a meeting, but a check-in, because I mean, I'm pretty isolated, and I work slower if I get no feedback, you know, so even just a quick, you know, and then I know how much time you guys have, and especially if you kind of got time and you want to, then I can like do a bit more. And then there'll be other you know, Rob wants to do all this other stuff. So I think if we don't have regular meetings, that I'll end up doing other things. You know, if we really want to get the ball rolling, then yeah, let's.
So to know where to look at, I just have to look at your latest message in IRC, or do you have monthly point? It says this current focus.
Sorry, what was that?
You have a lot of work in progress.
Oh yeah, I'll see.
Place.
Yeah, I'll see.
Which one?
I'll send the link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's really just the latest picture, but I'll send the link, and yeah. But now that it's happening, honestly, it'll probably take a lot out of what we're doing, because it's too much, I think.
I'm happy to get the home page done though. Like,
Yeah,
I will try to work on it with because I already know the components. We need to work on it a little bit for the React Bootstrap conversion. Other than that, I can look at it.
Okay, cool. Do you want me to I can do some tweaks to the design, and
Yeah, please do so. We can work on the latest design anyway. I have to get them there, so I might as well make some changes.
Okay, cool.
So we don't have a roadmap, but we have a way to get a roadmap.
That's it. But for me, it's pretty cool because, yeah, I was always a bit unsure, and especially because, you know, MetaBrainz tickets is like, I don't know, it's an endless list. I'm like,
yeah,
and then it's like a redesign.
There is we are with us. There is an issue with the way we get tickets. It's people are opening it and it's like open, but there is no review of the tickets. Sometimes it's valuable, sometimes it's not relevant.
All right, to remove, to clean up.
And so when we see the tickets is not relevant, we close it as invalid. But it doesn't say which of the open tickets have been reviewed. Or not.
Okay.
Sometimes people think it's nobody saw it, which sometimes is true, but most of the time we saw it and say, okay, maybe can match this other ticket will be working at the same time on it.
Yeah.
And probably
I mean,
you should have an initial state which says pending review by the ticket manager or something like that. I think it exists in some other tickets system by default, and it should be easy to integrate to workflow. What do you think?
I mean, there is certainly sometimes issues where a ticket is like, like there's a lot of these feature requests that is like, well, yeah, I mean, I can see why this would be interesting, but we certainly don't have the time or energy to work on this, and it's going to help a small amount of people. So we cannot close those, right? But it's also like, those are the ones that usually sit there for 10 years because, we don't say no because, in an ideal world where we had time for everything, it would make sense, but we're also probably not going to work on them. I've never figured out a good way to deal with those.
But having these steps would be the opportunity to give a feedback to the reporter saying, yeah, it's something that can be actionable soon, or well, it's interesting. If you know someone that can make it within the 5 next year.
I mean, we have tried, you're saying that we have tried in the past to like organize tickets more. Like we had all this like ticket size and ticket prioritizing and whatever, and never really worked very well. I mean, I remember that back in the start of NGS time, we had actually a system where basically we would vote on a few tickets and prioritize them during the Monday meetings. And there were a lot of times when it was like, well, we decided we're going to work on this in the next 3 months, and like some of those tickets are still open. So like it's always complicated to like do this in a sustainable way, and that's I think possibly why we haven't really been trying that much.
Okay. So we will do better with what we have for now. If we do already better.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that we need to find a good way to commit to something, like and to like follow up on the things, and like because like just deciding something doesn't usually help. We need to actually make sure we're using it and following it and whatever.
Yeah, I can probably help drive that a little bit because I mean, I have less on my, I mean, I won't like drive you guys to do it, but I can nudge it because I have nothing else. That's my only thing with MetaBrainz. You guys have all this other stuff, so I'm probably happy to say, okay, I'm ready to. I've got some things ready. When can we do it? I can probably take that on.
Yeah, and you can just ask us for a meeting. Let's say there is a lot of things to be discussed. Can we have a meeting in the week with 2 of us, and maybe another with 2 of us?
Do you guys have I mean, I know it's broad, but like, when do you think React will be like that chunk of work? Is that another couple of years, or is that pretty close, or like?
I feel like a lot of the remaining pages are really small, but they're also like, I mean, the edit pages aren't obviously, but we already started working on reviewing those, but the rest are like documentation pages and things like that.
One question. So when you are converting them to React, you are anyway doing some work. So why not make it to the latest design? So why not work in a way that the components which are yet to be converted to React, make them in the latest design. So if you have tickets for what all the React components are yet to be converted, get the design from Simon and directly work on those
I
designs.
feel like that's putting too much work into a single pull request, like. It just
Makes sense.
makes it harder to review and test and make sure you're covering everything that you're supposed to.
I guess the question is, 'cause I don't quite know what you're doing when you convert to React, but do you make changes to how things work? I mean, I know you rewrite it, was the result pretty much the same?
Generally, we try to keep it exactly the same. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, because if you were to make any design decisions, like ease your flow if you wanted me to, so that's but otherwise.
I mean, during we found a fair amount of small bugs and stuff because template toolkit was really bad about that. So we found a fair amount of things where, like, you can see from the code that, oh, this was meant to show this, but it never worked for 10 years. Or like, okay, there is this, for example, like this edit works like, the add edit for this entity shows this, but the edit doesn't show it. Or like, we have sometimes tried to like make small changes to make things work more consistently. But yeah, we haven't really tried to do like big changes to change how things work. The closest that we did to that was the new bitmap work on the relationship editor, which made some more bigger changes, but it still was pretty similar to how it used to work.
And we also have tickets that have been resolved without even us noticing it.
But I wanted to say that anyway, like of the stuff that's missing, like, I mean, there are two things that are big anyway. One is the release editor, which, I mean, it might make sense to some degree redesign that while we're changing it, because we're going to have to rewrite so much that, like, if we can make some improvements there, then that might make sense. But and then there are the editors for other entities, and I think with those it might be easier to just convert them as they are right now and then make changes to all of them later, because there are a lot of pages that work similarly. And
yeah, I agree with the release editor. It might make sense to get some design feedback since we're gonna have to rewrite the whole thing anyway.
Yeah, on the release editor, I remember the GSOC on the edits preview, which was mainly doing the same thing as a release editor, but for all other types.
Yeah.
With edit stuff that can be implemented maybe another. So release editor can be the base for the other entity editors. And we will see, but I guess we have to convert the release editor anyway, so let's do that. And when we come to the other entity editors, maybe let's think if we can share more code between them.
Yeah, that would be ideal. We can share more.
Then we will definitely get to you before. Okay.
yeah, like you're saying that we already have some entity editors working in React. I mean, the genre one, for example, was written in React. I mean, that's a very simple one, but like it's React only. So like, I still think that it might make sense to just do a very basic conversion of them first, but then once we're actually working on the release editor, which is going to take a lot longer anyway, then we could maybe see if we can reuse some things to improve the other editors at the same time. But I wouldn't wait to convert them until then. I mean, I would just try to improve them later on.
Yeah.
But I think the idea makes sense anyway to try to make them. That's what we did with that's what we did with the relationship editor right now, right? We had two very different bits and then made them into one. So if we can do that to some degree, that would be great.
Okay.
You gotta get whatever.
We should.
So like I wanted to understand, all the three of you work on React conversion, because that's the front end side. So who is taking care of the back end usually?
No, we are all three working on it and get on some.
Okay.
It's mostly been Rita working on most of the smaller pages, most of them work on the relationship editor, but.
For example, the relationship editor has been picked up only for years.
Okay.
What pushed in the pull request. You started 2-3 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been working on it,
Yeah,
but that's when I started.
you met larger amount of work
Yeah.
before already.
For sure.
But, and your question is also, so who does the back end? Is it everyone as well? You do both?
Yeah, we all split responsibilities between the different areas of the.
Like there are some components we know one of us is more knowledgeable, so we rely on him.
So for example,
There is no.
Drum machine, drum machine.
the redesign work is only front end side, right? So if someone is only concerned with the front end side, they can take care of it without.
So you heard of acid house music?
Should we wrap this up soon? Because these guys are ruining the
Crazy.
audio, I'm guessing, but is that all the important stuff?
Bass guitar.
I mean, well, we didn't really concretely decide anything, but we just.
It was like your own little program with a bass player.
I mean, yeah,
And then
we used to have.
it didn't sound anything like a real bass, and so it failed completely. So
Hey guys.
and then
Yeah, mostly don't.
oh sorry.
So just saying that we used to have MusicBrainz team meetings every week or like every 2 weeks or whatever. Like we could start doing that at least once or twice a month again, specifically with Simon as well in there. And then we could start more calmly looking at roadmap and like how the UX changes fit into the rest of our roadmap and stuff. Then we can do it more calmly. I mean, we don't have to do it forever, but at least for the first few weeks, so we can actually get the plan together and then just see how we like it. I don't know.
Sure, we can coordinate, figure out a time to meet.
Yeah, sounds good.
Is that all?
That's it.
I think so.
Are you guys gonna go talk about metrics now?
No, Netflix is was in the other room.
Lucky.
Because I was supposed to be in the.
By the way, how does the weblet stuff work with the MBS? Is that going to be a big task or it's easy? The weblet integration with it.
No, it's pretty easy, but it depends on weblet resources because the delivery is in August and they didn't include the change that is needed to.
So will that change the UI stuff that we do because we wrap around the text with that curly braces L stuff?
Could it be?
Bitmap?
Sorry, what is it?
The weblet stuff, will that change the way we do stuff for transcripts, like wrapping around with the curly?
No. We'll change the code at all.
Okay. Cool.
Some these are the way.
It'll change how we submit strings.
Okay.
Maybe
Cool,
slightly.
cool.
Yeah, maybe to change the cycle of updating translations as well. Maybe you can have a translation updated more often on either test or beta.
So basically, no front end changes are required for weblet. Okay, now you can use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can say goodbye.
Are we wrapping up? Is Rob doing a wrap? Is there other breakouts still happening?
No.
Okay, we finished.
So
Should we do an official, we should do an official little bye to the screen probably, right? Where's Rob? Slacking off.
So let's all gather around for closing section then, and we're closing early, which is awesome.
Which camera? Yeah.
Just go back to the other one, opposite one. We have some Airbnb things to talk about, but we don't need to pester our online people with Airbnb nonsense. So let's not do that. We'll do that afterwards. Do we have any questions or comments of things that, any loose ends that feel that need to be wrapped up still? Good.
Why is Bob not getting a t-shirt?
Why is one not getting a t-shirt? Is there a limited run available? Actually, this is a great motivation to move all of our t-shirts to the shop. And then we can order a t-shirt to be delivered to Bob.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
That'd be a good idea.
Yep. Hey, Bob. Can you periodically pester Monkey to put the t-shirts into the shop? And if you succeed at that, I'll buy you a t-shirt.
Okay.
He sounds overjoyed.
See how I delegate these things? Yeah, lazy saw, that's me. I'd like to get some feedback. So we changed the format of the summit this year. And thank you so much for Alistair and Monkey for taking a giant load off of me. That's been really, really fantastic. I do not feel stressed out, never really did. I'm not over socialized. I'm adequately socialized, but I'm not feeling like I need to run away. So the feedback, like, did this work for you guys? Was it scripted?
Totally.
Yeah. Now the other feedback that Alistair and I had the same thought at the same time is like, why are we doing this on the weekend? Right? The team is, I mean, you know, it's just now the team, and we don't really have that many community contributors anymore. So I propose that next year we do the summit Monday through Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday being our plenary days, and then Monday, Tuesday being our whatever, jet lag, hacking, socializing, what have you. I thought that worked really well. And also the mornings for socializing, I thought was really good because people could kind of come around, and when 2 o'clock came around, we could actually, we're all here. So Monday through Friday, any objections?
We haven't tried to start at 2 o'clock with Rio in person.
You know, that's
Yeah, I mean, anytime that Rio is in person, it's going to get more complicated. Right? That's just a fact of the matter. So
Crystal has his hand up.
he was agreeing.
Agreeing.
Okay.
Did it make it harder for other contributors like Bob to follow along?
To do what?
Participate in the summit?
If you're doing the week.
Bob?
No, we want more people.
If we were to hold the summit during the week, would that be a deal breaker for you?
Doesn't matter to me at all.
Okay, great. I mean, my preference will be that Bob be here in person next year.
Yeah.
Because if you want to make that work out, I got a plane ticket for you.
Sounds good.
Okay, sweet.
So sorry, I did have some feedback on the format,
Yes.
which is like, I love the late start and stuff, but then it's like a pretty massive chunk. And for some of us who maybe from the flying and stuff don't have much energy, it's like by the like 2 till 7 or whatever, and then there's like 2 quick bathroom breaks. By like hour 4, I was pretty, you know, maybe just breaking it up a little bit or having a break in the middle. It was
Or
like a
how
bit
about
longer.
actually, like, maybe what we should do is actually make distinct chunks and then have a schedule where we actually have a break. Because sometimes our breaks run over a little bit, because like we have a 5-minute break, and at 4:30 the smokers run out. Now we have a 10-minute break. So, all right, that's good piece of feedback. We'll see what we're on about.
That being said, the big change that we made this year was going from 2 till 7, not from 11 till 7.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
This is so much easier. So much easier.
And
So much easier.
possibly you can come a few days before.
Yeah.
As well.
And people, like, if you want to come a little bit earlier, I mean, if it's like 1 or 2 people, we have guest rooms and so forth. So we can manage that. I encouraged you to stay longer, but in the end, you didn't really stay much longer. I meant that. When you're traveling that far, like tap on another week. Bring your partner. I just like really like that's an absurdly long distance to travel and not really make the most of it, right? I mean, same thing's true for Vietnam. He's taken advantage of that in the past. So, anything else? Any points of feedback? I'm very happy with how this summit worked. I didn't dread this summit, and I don't dread next year's summit. Whereas, like, it's been many years in a row that I dread summits, for mostly because I had to put up with Rio. No, that's not quite it. Rio?
Yeah, I was thinking that basically I understand that thanks to having the free morning thing, you actually got Alastair an event to basically port our whole solar infrastructure into Solar 9. So having free mornings really seems to be working to get people to do work. So like that certainly seemed like a good idea.
That's not how I would put it, right? But people do want to do work, right? That's not how I want to couch this. But I mean, people just come in and they just want to go hack on with their teammates and so forth, which is great, right? But having a little bit more time on hand to enable that, right? Rather than like getting angry that people aren't coming to the plenary sessions, like just
yeah. I mean, that was kind of my point. That I remember like other years it has been a bit like, well, if people want to work together, they kind of have to have like either they do it while people are speaking and interrupt, or they try to squeeze things and like end up working until 3 a.m. So having like actual space for that seems good. And if you're really planning to do it for a whole week, then like I think it's even possible to prioritize that even more, because I think that, I mean, let's be honest, like we could have the discussions on Zoom and that would work fine. But having most of like the hacking thing is actually, I think, even a much bigger benefit of being there in person. So
absolutely. And what we did with OAuth was absolutely the right thing, because OAuth went from this nebulous thing where nobody had a good grasp on it to collectively now we have a grasp and we can now move on it. And that's fantastic.
Comment, I think despite having 1, 2, 3, 4 people remote, I think we managed to integrate them relatively well.
It worked really well this year.
And if that has to happen again, then
I think one of the things I might build for next year is a little red bulb or something like that. So if somebody has a question, there's a button to press and the bulb goes off. So I know, because like it's kind of confusing. It's like so that's a minor improvement to be made, but
The two attempts was very
yeah, it's
nice.
I mean, this setup is just
yeah, I think we can improve. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I think we can have a discount on Zoom plan by TechSoup. No.
okay.
If we need more advanced features from Zoom, I think
We have a paid plan
okay.
already. So maybe next
Probably
year
we can save money.
So next year let's move to TechSoup's Zoom plan. Let's do that.
So for me, maybe a bit of a bigger screen and a way to read the messages on IRC somewhere without me having to look really rude on my phone or on my laptop.
I have a
would be very-
projector.
Yeah, like a projector on the wall.
We had this giant screen over here.
Well, I didn't know everyone's gonna use this laptop. I thought this was just for the webcam when I set it up.
But it would have been good to have an IRC channel open on here.
Yeah,
And remove the orange pen because we don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. We'll get just a set of black pens. Okay, so that's
Blue, it's dark.
okay.
Camera,
That one's pretty wide already.
is that,
I think that's as wide as you can get on the shade.
Okay, fair enough.
But I have a projector at home that if we could set up a projector somewhere, have it project the Zoom session would be good, and then we'll put the IRC over there. That'll also be good.
You were saying something about it being as wide as it can be. I just wanted to point out that I missed all Rio's mama jokes. More generally, that I'm sad 3 of our teammates couldn't be here.
Super sad.
And,
Angry at Spain.
it's better to see your faces on Zoom than nothing, but it's not the same as
Yeah, and come, I don't know, once we've all slept and collected our thoughts, I want to put some thought into having a hack day in Barcelona for the Listen Brains team. And then we're going to get an executive visa service to get Lucifer a visa. And then Lucifer comes to Barcelona and we hack for a while. And the only reason why we're doing this is just to make sure that Lucifer has a visa to come. And then next year, when he needs to apply for a visa to come for the summit, he'll have had a visa, he'll have returned, and will proven to Spain that he's not some sort of fuck off, like what Spain is considering him to be, right? And then the visa process should be easier, right? So let's consider that like the consolation prize makeup hack day, right? And then we can feed you all this silly food that we've had too. So, other points of feedback. If no,
Thank
it's
you.
local. That's local.
For a long time, like, thank you, and MetaBrainz, like,
I mean, obviously, this, I did a lot less work than I've done in the past year. So really, I feel very, very grateful for not being stressed out about this. And it's been a very significant change. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have only other local things, Airbnb receipt, and that sort of conversations left. So unless anybody has any other comments or questions, we should wrap it up and be done. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for staring into a tiny little screen for 3 days straight. That's not fun. I appreciate your dedication and your perseverance with this. And then we'll see you or chat with you in tomorrow in a week.